probably isn't the first thing that comes to mind when you think about chess and esports, but it affects our focus, decision-making, health, sleep, and more. What's in the air you breathe? Find out with Air Things.
Hi everyone, welcome to our new video series. My name is Jan-Krzysztof Duda, and I'm thrilled to be reunited with fellow Magnus Carlsen's trainers, seconds, Peter Heine Nielsen, Magnus Carlsen's head coach, and Laurent Fressinet, Magnus Carlsen's French coach, are both here, and we will be going through the World Championship match 2021. Our experiences with it, the games, what we prepared, where we felt things went well, where we felt things didn't go well. Peter, we have different perspectives because we were in different locations.
Very much. I'm looking forward to talking to you guys about it because you were in Thailand during all the match and I was in Dubai with Magnus and his non-chess team. So I see some kind of debriefing where we will discuss what was the mood in Dubai, what was happening in the technical department in Thailand, and we got to sort of basically compare notes and get the two kind of inside looks from the match.
Very much so. And Laurent, we are actually in your private home. Thanks for having us.
It's a big pleasure to welcome both of you, and I'm sure it will be interesting to talk to you guys about the match.
Likewise.
So we hope you guys enjoy the series with our behind the scenes insights. See you then.
Time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Move Trainer empowers you to go from the opening to the end game with confidence. It's a seamless, effective, and fun way to study chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses, including over 100 free courses. Get expert insights from International Master John Bartholomew, Grandmaster Sam Shankland, International Master Krzysztof Sulecki, Grandmaster Simon Williams, World Champion Magnus Carlsen, and hundreds of other instructors. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts at chessable.com. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses.
This is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. David has finished his exercise for today. John should try the same.
Okay, so let's send a challenge.
Here is challenging. Nice graphics, easy to see. What are you thinking about? You're looking how it can be the most painful?
Exactly. Okay, fine.
That I give up a phone. He wants to be even rude.
Welcome to the new Chess24 playing experience. Play in light mode or dark mode. Choose from a range of time controls or create a custom game and get paired with players from around the world fast. Enjoy a polished playing experience while making moves on a fresh, responsive board to claim your victories. Train and improve with over 80,000 puzzles. And that's not all. Download now and discover what more you can enjoy in our brand new app.
I'm ahead of the game. Well, the phone is always ringing. I'm caught up on the line. Got a string around my finger. Remember who am I? I'm a boss and I'm honestly off my rocker. But follow me. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. I'm only ever slinging. I'm working overtime. Got the song and I'm the singer. The melody, the vibe. I'm a prodigy. Logically, I'm impossibly wanted. Then they'll remember my name. They'll remember my name. Ooh, well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. Ooh, well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. Well, I'm ahead now. Well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game.
I kept Chessable a secret for 3 years at least, and I was using it for myself. And I, maybe never expected how big it would become. I have always been into games, and I think games are fun ways to pass your time. Sometimes they can be educational as well, but I think chess is the perfect game that has it all. It's a game that not only entertains you, but also teaches you about life skills, from things like time management to the consequences of your moves or your actions. Once you make a move, you cannot take it back. I really fell in love with the game. And of course, given my competitive nature, I wanted to get better at it. And I found it extremely difficult after watching countless videos and reading some books. You would put in all that effort, and then when you get to the board, it's like it all disappeared, it all vanished, and you performed at the exact same level you were before that. And I looked around for a solution that could perhaps use the latest technology, the latest learning science out there to help you learn chess, and there was nothing. So that's how the idea was born. I've been building things since I was 14, and I always enjoy bringing a community together around a product. And yeah, I mean, we got a lot of energy from the chess community as well. Really from day one, when we announced Chessable, there was thousands of people who thought this was a good idea that had to be realized. And they've been fantastic with words of encouragement, support, advice, ideas on how to improve the product. And I believe they've been listened to over these years, and Chessable is exactly what that initial community wanted. And it's part of our product process to actually keep listening to them going forward into the next years. Chessable is definitely a product that was built by players, for players. I think we have stuck to that vision, and it continues to be exactly the same. What has changed is we now have a lot more great people in chess helping us realize this. You know, when I started, it was John and I, there was 2 of us, and then at some point we had 3 or 4 people. We had a small community around it. But now there is really an incredible amount of people that I never imagined all pulling in the same direction. So the future is bright. It really excites me what we can achieve together, and I just look forward to it. It's been absolutely incredible to see the reception by some of the top grandmasters in the world, like Grandmaster Anish Giri and Erwin Olami. And this sort of validation across the spectrum of players is fantastic, and it's really what keeps the entire team going. So, fabulous. Hi, my name is David Sinemaza Kramali. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Chessable and the Chief Operating Officer of the Play Magnus Group.
Welcome to the Charity Cup, the latest in the online event in the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour, organised by the Play Magnus Group. And this is a really special event, as the Play Magnus Group has partnered with UNICEF, the United Nations Children's Fund, to raise funds for children in Ukraine. So it's a privilege to be part of this event. And we're into the semi-finals. Big day today, and I'm joined as ever by Peter Leko. Peter, how are you?
Yeah, hello Danny, hello everyone. Well, super excited that finally we see this incredible match that I'm really looking forward to. Magnus Carlsen against Ding-Carlsen. I feel that this is something very special. If someone, then Ding is the one who can beat Magnus. At the same time, I think Ding will force Magnus to show his absolute best. I'm looking forward to an incredible fight. Yeah,
absolutely. I think, as you say, Ding has often caused trouble for Magnus. And, I'm really looking forward to this. Yesterday, I was very clear. The favourites were powered their way through. This time, if you ask me who's gonna win in the semi-finals, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to place a bet at all. Magnus against Ding, for me, absolutely wide open, considering their previous results, where Ding has often landed heavy blows on Magnus. And in the other semi-final, okay, we have Jan-Krzysztof Duda against Leko. What's your feeling about that one?
Well, I also have the feeling that one is a very 50-50 match as well. Leko has been an incredible run in this tournament. I mean, playing brilliant chess, very confident, very good preparation, very good concentration. I mean, feeling all the critical moments. And at the same time, also, I feel like Duda is usually a player who has a lot of ups and downs. Yeah, but now he has stabilized. Yeah, I mean, yesterday he won a very convincing match. And also the last day of the preliminaries, I think he stabilized himself. So yeah, it's gonna be very tough. And yesterday, Leko mentioned in the interview that why people are thinking that he's a favorite. Of course, it's very nice, and he has earned it thanks to his incredible performance in the preliminaries. But yeah, there is a big question. I mean, Duda is a member of the candidates tournament, which is coming up. Very ambitious young player. So yeah, it's gonna be also a hell of a fight.
Yeah, I mean, what I like about Duda is that he pushes it to the absolute limit when he plays. As we've seen, he's not afraid to go absolutely down to the wire with his time. And, sometimes he crashes, but very often it pays off. We've seen that last year when he won the World Cup tournament and defeating Magnus Carlsen along the way. So he is such an exciting player. I feel that Liam is a more even player in that respect. And that's a very interesting clash of styles. So, yeah, again, I find that one just kind of too close to call, actually. So it's going to be an absolutely fascinating day. Just want to remind everyone, again, this is the Charity Cup. And if you feel like you have a bit of spare cash and you'd like to support UNICEF, United Nations Children's Fund, then please do click on the link there. And so far, let me just check. My goodness, absolutely fantastic. Thank you to everyone that has donated so far, because $86,000, over $86,000 has been raised for the cause. So that is just brilliant. It's been a very, very distressing time over the past few weeks. And, at times I felt completely helpless, but at least we can do a little something to try to help in Ukraine, which is going through desperate times. So I think we're about to kick off. Just a quick reminder of the rules. It's rapid play chess, 15 minutes on the clock, and the players get 10 seconds each time they make a move. And of course, it's a 4-game match. So that means if it's 2-all, then we will go to tie breaks, 2 blitz games, and if they're drawn, then we will go to an Armageddon. I just have a funny feeling that these players are very well matched, and it wouldn't surprise me if we have at least one tie break today. That's my feeling, Peter. What do you reckon?
Yeah, it could easily be. I mean, definitely that we didn't have tie breaks yesterday, to be honest, really surprised me and shocked me, because yes, as you said, yeah, there were favorites, but still, I mean, it could have easily been, but yeah, somehow the favorites managed to get the upper hand and never let it go. And in this respect, look at this. Magnus Carlsen again picks the white color. I feel like, this is always Magnus's big strategy, and something that he also used yesterday against Hans. And I think Hans was also saying that once Magnus was ahead in the match, yeah, because Magnus always wants to get up, get the lead. And after that, it's so difficult because he's so super confident that, with the black pieces, he will handle any kind of scenarios and builds the pressure on his opponent. And that's why he likes to pick white in the game one.
So do they simply spin a coin for colors? Is that how they do it?
No. I think it's always that whoever finishes higher on during the preliminaries has the right to choose the color. Yeah.
Oh, really?
And that's why I feel like Magnus is usually the one who always likes to pick white, and always come with some very straightforward opening idea as well, not just fool around, let's play chess with white. No, with a very clear-cut idea to target his opponent as good as it goes.
Okay, well that's very interesting. So that I didn't actually appreciate that. So that's a real incentive to really push it in the preliminaries as well. Okay, so here we go. We have kicked off, and Liam has made his first move. I think Magnus.
What?
No.
What? No. Don't tell me.
That's it. Well, Peter, I thought you just said that Magnus comes to the board with very specific opening ideas. Laura wants to push it in every game.
Well, no, normally that's the case, but now it's the big question: is this trolling or is it a mouse slip? What is it? I don't know.
It's called the commentator's curse.
Yeah, you see, but who knows? He can still, confirm that he has a very straightforward idea behind this, but definitely not a big opening surprise. He might just want to play chess, but by seeing that he's not responding so quickly after EC knight f6, I don't know. What can we tell about Magnus's body language? Was this a mouse slip or no? Knight f3. Okay, nice, harmonious setup.
He's been influenced by Richie with 1e3. How funny. Okay, well now after c4 we're going to get something normal.
Yes, usually, I mean, if c4, e6, b3 happens, I call it a hybrid. Yeah, this is then a hybrid setup. But the big problem is we have seen yesterday. Yeah, this was exactly the strategy that David Anton tried to use against Duda, and also there are so many straightforward theoretical lines. And okay, now knight c3 move order. This is something different. It means that black has a choice. I mean, black can play bishop e7, black can play d takes c4, black can play c5. I mean, basically every single natural move is possible, but Ding goes for the most classical bishop e7 option. b3 castles, bishop b2, c5. Well, if we're gonna see c5, it could actually lead to the game that happened 2 days ago between my protege Vincent Keimer against Shakhriyar Mamedyarov. It really happened like c5, c takes d5, knight takes d5, I think queen c2, knight c6, a3. It's a super sharp line, but here Shakhriyar played the move bishop d7, a super solid move. I think it was a new idea, and managed to quite easily equalize and make a comfortable draw. But it was c5, but after cd5, Dingley then goes ed5, not knight d5. This is a surprise.
Well, after d4, Magnus has played this before. I mean, I can remember there's a kind of well, I was going to say famous game. That's the wrong word, but a significant game, because he had this in his playoff against Anish Giri in the playoff for the Tata Steel tournament in, I think, 2019. And Magnus ended up winning a beautiful endgame after d4.
Actually, I think it was maybe 2018 even.
Maybe it's 2018, yeah.
Yeah, 2018, because 2019 and 2020 I was there in Vaikanze with Vincent. And somehow there, then I remember it was the last game between Anish Giri, but it was and Magnus Carlsen, it was a Sveshnikov, which ended in a draw, and Magnus won the tournament outright. So yeah, it was 2018. But yeah, it actually was... also, you know, it's quite shocking that how well both Anish and Magnus are non-stop playing in this very, very strong and tough tournament in Vaikanze, always fighting for first place.
Yeah, and in fact, some very famous games have taken place starting from this exact position. There was a Botvinnik game where Botvinnik played a strategic masterpiece. So, well, let's see what we've got. Will we be seeing another masterpiece? Listen, let's switch over to the other boards and let's have Liam against Duda. And it's a bishop f4, queen's gambit position.
Yeah, let's take a look. So it also happened from knight f3. I think we can explain that the knight f3 usually white plays in order to limit black's options. So it does not mean that he's not ready to go for d4, but he wants to have an option against Grunfeld, for example, to play the anti-Grunfeld. I think that's kind of the main explanation behind this move order. So yeah, now we are getting the classical queen's gambit. However, here the move b6 is a very, very rare line. I mean, usually black plays the move c5, the classical main move, or the move knight bd7. Those are the two main continuations, but the move b6 in this...
I beg to differ. b6 is, I mean, there are some really interesting lines here where if white exchanges on d5, then black can take with the knight and then recapture with the queen and sacrifice the pawn on c7. And these lead to actually very sharp positions where black has long-term compensation. It's not so silly, actually. And well, I mean, of course, these lines are kind of analyzed to death by a lot of the top guys, but it has done reasonably well for black, actually.
Yeah, in the last couple of three years or something, b6 really got popular. But yeah, before it was clear that c5 and knight b7 are the mains. Sure. However, as you mentioned, yeah, this line, this pawn sacrifice, and then the input of the computers claiming that actually black has enough long-term compensation. I think that was the game changer. And ever since then, people understood that, okay, then I can play b6. But the way how Jan-Krzysztof is doing is not exactly how they were playing it. I think bishop e2, d4, bishop c4. Wasn't it that they went for some very quick bishop a6 trade?
Yeah, and then black was always a little bit worse here. The
Yes.
queen found its way to b7 and c5, but it's the knight on a6 is not beautiful, and black always struggled a little bit to equalize fully. And Magnus tried this with black. I'm not sure it really suited his style, actually. I think it's much more interesting to play with bishop b7 as Jan-Krzysztof has done, actually.
Yeah, he played bishop b7, castles a6. He plays very similar to the usual bishop g5, h6, bishop h4, classical Bondarevsky-Makagonov variation. But castles b5, bishop d3, knight b7, I feel that maybe here the bishop on f4 will benefit white. Rook fd1, bishop d6, knight e5. I think this is very, very nicely played by Leko. White should not trade pieces. And by putting the knight on e5, he avoids any kind of trades. Black can't really capture good on e5 because then he has to give up his dark square bishop, which is not desirable. So black just makes a move like queen e7, rook ac1, rook fd8, and now it's white to move to find a good plan.
Yeah, I mean, at least black has created a square for the queen on e7, and the rooks are connected. I've always sort of felt very comfortable playing these kind of positions with black, actually. But absolutely, black still needs to prove something here, and really one needs to be able to play c5 to equalize. But that is not easy when the bishop is on f4, and there are obviously huge tactical motifs with the loose bishop on d6. So yeah, I mean, I agree. I think white is definitely for choice here, but black is very solid. Black is really solid here, and it's not so easy to kind of increase the pressure for white. I wonder if we might see this knight on d7 flipping around via f8 to g6, for example. That's possible. I don't know if it changes that much. It might be a bit easier to play c5 after this. But yeah, black still needs to prove something here. But if black does, then that bishop on b7 is a wonderful piece and could be superior to the bishop on d3. So, well, Duda, obviously, he's playing pretty quickly. He must have, analyzed this out. He must be pretty confident. But let's see. But it's actually rather tense at the moment. Will black be able to break free?
Exactly. This is a very, very important question, because if white finds a good plan and black will not be able to break out, then we will be saying that, wow, yeah, white played the model game. But if black really gets what you have mentioned, that somehow comfortably getting c7, c5 in, then he will just have a very comfortable position without any problems. Now I'm trying to understand, yeah, this bishop f4 to g3 might look like a little slow move. At the same time, it's a very nice stabilizing move, getting ready for different circumstances. And for example, the maneuver that you mentioned, knight f8, knight g6, might not come with the tempo, not hitting the bishop on f4, and then white might be ready to act accordingly because the knight has moved from d7. A nice prophylactic move.
Yeah, I mean, what I would really like to do is play h3 for white as well, just to give the bishop some extra room. And the reason I say that is that actually, or maybe it doesn't matter, but as white, I would actually like to play the queen to c2 and get ready for knight e4. And in that way, try to get some, conquer the c5 or c6 squares. Obviously, the queen, that in the queen's gambit, often finds its way to c2. But the reason I wanted to play h3 is because it gives the bishop an extra square if it's attacked by knight h5. But yeah, that's a big question. Is c5 possible straight away?
Yeah, well, I think it's not possible, but since we have been talking about so many prophylactics, people might wonder then, if we want to go c5, why don't we go c5 immediately? I think you immediately pointed out that after c5 there are tactics, and after the simple knight takes d7 move, it will be very, very unpleasant for black to recapture. Basically, it doesn't really matter how you recapture. You can take with the knight, then bishop takes d6, queen takes d6, d takes c5, and here we see the tactics. Black cannot recapture with the knight because then bishop takes h7, check, wins the queen. And if black recaptures with the queen, then he might run into some tactics with knight takes b5. The reason why I'm not highlighting it immediately, because maybe there is a move queen g5, but it can be answered by f4. So yeah, then this knight takes b5 idea is working, putting the pressure on black. So that's the justification from white's play why he can play the move bishop g3, because black is not yet threatening to go c5.
Interesting. h6 played. And I think that's a tactical move, basically. So it means that the h-pawn isn't under fire in these kind of variations.
Yeah, but there is one big question for me that, for example, if now white plays the move a3, with the intention of trying to go b4, locking up the position, not allowing any kind of c5, then and still c5 might run into the very same issues. I'm wondering how black would be dealing with this move. However, we don't have time to get into it, because Leko Liam has opted for e4, another very interesting move, grabbing the space. And maybe for example, after a move like a3, black would have considered, no, but he cannot take on e5. I wanted to show that maybe takes knight d5 is the idea, but c7 pawn is hanging. So then takes rook c7 would work. All right, so in this sense, okay, and anyway, any case after e4, now white is maybe threatening to take on d7 and push e4, e5, forking black's pieces, and black is now up for a tough choice how he wants to deal with that.
Yeah, that's uncomfortable for black, very uncomfortable. I think Duda, yeah, he's got a tough decision here. Let's think, because if he starts moving back, if he starts playing passively with knight f8, knight g6 in any case is no longer an option, but it feels as though, or it just feels very uncomfortable.
Yes, exactly. And he goes for bishop takes d5. Yeah, so he takes on e5, and he's gonna go knight h7 or knight h7, because knight on e8 looks very, very bad in long terms, and maybe that's why he created this move. No, he goes knight e8. I was just trying to make an argument why he played h6, that maybe knight h7, knight f8 was his idea, but no, he goes knight e8.
It looks very uncomfortable. It really does.
I mean,
black's minor pieces.
I mean, the very first idea that comes to my mind, maybe it's not the most important, but f4, queen f2, and then bishop h4. I mean, if white can get that, then it's basically wins the game. So I'm expecting that black will try to use the c5 square somehow very quickly, but looking very dangerous.
Yeah, I mean, I guess c5, c4, knight c5.
Yeah, so let's check then. Maybe it's a very important and very critical move pair, move line. Yeah, that's
okay. So c5.
Yeah, c5, queen f2.
Okay, let's push again.
And c4. Then c4 and bishop h4. You want to go g5, right?
I'm not sure what I want to do. I was gonna think when you played it.
Well, this is tricky. I mean, I hate when my opponent does like this, and then I have to calculate with little time on the clock all the consequences of some piece sacrifices. They feel very dangerous, but maybe they are not so dangerous. I don't know. I mean, I have a move like queen g3, then cdc, f take g5. It looks very messy, but you have some queen c5 check, queen takes c5.
Exactly. I don't think it's so clear, actually, is it? Maybe, yeah.
I mean, maybe it's clear. Maybe black just wins.
Yeah. Clear for black, that is.
Yes. So, okay, it means that after f4, c5, for example, queen f2, c4, I have to move the bishop. Okay, let me put the bishop back on b1.
Well, now the question is, does black want to try to trade queens or just simply play knight c5 straight away? I suppose if queen c5 is rook d4 even possible. Bishop h4, bishop h4.
But yeah, I already wanted to get my bishop h4 going once at least.
Right. Well, I suppose the ugly f6 is is legal.
Yes, it is.
It's legal. It's legal. Barely legal.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah.
Pro-
Yeah. Okay. It just shows that it's a very complex fight. Liam needs to think. He knows that he has a very good position. He is also a very experienced D4 player, so I guess you know that he feels this type of positions quite well. But still, this is a little bit of a very original, very special one with this E4, E5 pawns. But okay, let's take a look what Magnus is doing there with Ding. So hang on, because I kind of had some deja vu, as if we are seeing here something that we saw yesterday in this David Anton that they kind of transposed on. They did not transpose. I'm trying to figure out, because knight e4, d takes c5, queen a5, rook c1, bishop f6. I mean, it feels to me like this is knight d4, very much the same, knight c5. But somehow it's, I mean, now black is not able to change everything. Yeah, knight takes c6, bc6, and white opts for queen d2, and there I think it was castles, knight e4, and then we would be exactly in the position. So maybe queen d2 is a small novelty. I think it's a little bit like a fresh move, trying to stop.
I'm trying to think how the game with Giri went. Perhaps our excellent assiduous producer Tadeusz in Prague can tell us how that game went.
Well, I think that was somehow a little bit different.
It was different. Yeah, I'm curious to know how it went though.
Because this is already the very fresh and modern latest. We are getting some message. Exactly, queen d2 is almost a novelty. One game, Grachov, Kardashevsky from 2019. So only one game with queen d2. It makes perfect sense. Yeah, bishop a6. Okay, bishop a6 played, but hang on. I mean, first of all, we see evaluation bar does not approve this move at all. And there are so many tactics hanging in the air now. Also, can I just play a move like knight a4? Why can't I just be slightly better? I mean, very comfortably better after a move like knight a4?
Okay, well, a queen exchange looks forced.
Yes, this is forced, and
well, okay, let me see.
I suddenly don't see a move. I don't see a good move for black.
So knight, let me just work this out. So knight e4 check, just king back to e1.
Exactly, yeah. And basically are forced to change the bishops, yeah.
And then bishop, you throw in bishop f6, right?
No, I just take. I mean, everything works for me, and I solve the problem with the rook. You might take on b2, I just take back, and I'm gonna go rook c2, rook hc1, and I almost feel like I'm winning because the pawn structure is terrible.
Yeah, right. Well, that's kind of theoretical. A known position. So okay, let's just come back again.
Yeah,
if we can, black do after knight a4, let's just see that again.
Yeah, knight a4. By the way, I got confirmation from Tadeusz that knight a4 is good, but apparently according to engines, knight d1 is even stronger. Well, I mean, knight d1 did not cross my mind, but knight a4 was the very first move that I considered. And we also see the impact of a small novelty, a small surprise with queen d2, and all of a sudden Dinglen, who is such a good theoretician, has fallen into, yeah, and Magnus even goes knight d1. Wow. I mean, this is super ambitious. Because the queen trade is forced, yeah, that's the problem. And then black actually might exactly end up in the same terrible endgame that we discussed from knight a4 as well.
Yeah, that's a Magnus kind of position. Let's just show that endgame again. So queen takes d2,
Well, I would even argue that usually if it would be slightly better, then it would be Magnus's possession. But as it seems, what White is getting might be everyone's possession. Because yeah, it's King E1. I mean, the bishop is hanging, keeping the bishop with B7. Of course, yeah, you can play bishop B7 in order not to lose the C6 pawn. Maybe it's just a very, very unpleasant position. It's just
let's just show that. So after the exchange, then after bishop B7, let's just show that. So the exchange on F6, and White's, I mean, Black has a defensive try, which is to play A5, A4, but after knight B2 to A4, then White gets the dream position, locking the C5 square. And well, there are so many famous endgames with exactly this pawn structure and White blockading on the C5 square. Yeah, that's dream scenario for White.
Yeah, and this is on the board. Yeah, Queen D2, King D2, Knight E4 check, King E1 is on the board, and look at, yeah, Ding is just very, very unhappy. Also, look at the clock situation. I mean, they kind of started out blitzing out moves, but you remember I told you Magnus has something in store. So the move easily might look like a trolling move, but actually he probably anticipated that Ding actually goes for this type of positions. And then it doesn't really matter for him if he starts with knight f3 or e3. Look f8 on the board. So takes, look f8. Well, that was the reason why I preferred knight a4, but probably against knight a4, Black had some tactical possibility of avoiding this endgame. So Magnus felt like in order to get the dream endgame, he had to play the move to the knight to d1. Actually, I think I would love to play f3. Why not?
Why not indeed? So the exchange, and then the knight has to choose a square. Okay, we come back here. Knight a4, yep. And very, very comfortable.
Yeah. Very easy and comfortable. Yeah, a total dream. I mean, a super dream. And also, especially in a rapid game, everything plays. The only choice is now for Magnus, yeah, that he has to kind of decide that does he want to weaken a little bit his structure with f3, because it slightly weakens the e3 pawn. Maybe he feels that it might give Black some kind of a counterplay later on, or if he just prefers to take on f6, anyway, Black would have to take with a knight, and then he goes knight b2. Also,
but in this case, does Black have time to play c5? I suppose that's the only question. Okay, so the rook is coming over. Yeah, I suppose rook here or rook c6. I don't know which is better, but
yeah. Okay, let's just put it somewhere for the moment. Yeah, after we can speculate. Yeah, rook a8, and now White should probably. I mean, okay, not should, but he can of course play the move knight a4. Again,
now there's the passive move knight d7.
Also maybe knight d3. There is also argument for knight d3. Yeah, Magnus goes for this. Yeah, he opted for takes on f6 and knight b2.
And now Black has a choice whether to play knight d7 to wait passively or push with c4. Well, I'm going to push with c4, of course.
You're going to push, yeah?
Well, let's find out, because once the pawn reaches c3, I'm going to try and defend it with the knight to d5 and try and create some little bit of a mess. But is knight e5? Let me see. Yeah, this pawn is just getting surrounded, isn't it?
Yeah, I feel like, yeah, c3, and my idea was actually to come back to f3, go knight d4, play f3, and then king d3. Yeah,
it's convincing. Yeah, it's
This is about to happen. Rook c2, rook c7, rook hc1, rook ac8 will be kind of played, and then the big, yeah, rook hc1, rook ac8, and knight d3. Yeah, I also somehow felt like it's more mobile. Who knows? Maybe the knight will go to f4, threaten the d5 pawn, or after c4, this knight e5 was important, putting pressure on the c4 pawn.
Okay, so we've got to drop back and play passively. Knight d7.
Knight d7.
It's not pretty, but sometimes needs must. And here it's possible to play knight b4.
Oh,
and if knight f6, then knight a6, and it just wins a pawn.
Yes, or knight b6, knight a6. Yeah,
Exactly.
wonderful. Wow, very well spotted. Yeah, knight b4. This is wonderful.
So Ding has a huge dilemma here.
Oof, then he's in a lot of trouble, because if he has to push c4 and then has to go for this knight e5 position, this is trouble.
A hard crust to chew in the first game, I'm telling you.
Absolutely. I mean,
but very interesting. You know, I'm sure Magnus had simply calculated this. Otherwise, he would have played with f3.
Exactly.
But he just saw this already, basically.
He had to foresee this knight before. This was the key move. Yeah, wonderful, amazing. Yeah, hitting d5 and going knight a6 if black protects the pawn with the knight. Wow.
There you go. Ding's in trouble. Listen, let's switch over. So
Yes.
Liem against Duda.
Yeah, very systematic. I mean, very nice play. This is exactly what I meant, that Lek Liem has a lot of experience in d4. I'm an e4 player, and I might tend to go a little bit more aggressive, but he probably understood very well that actually he has already a very stable advantage. The main target is to stop black from creating counterplay. Okay, the move knight b6 doesn't look, I mean, you wanted to go c5, c4 in any case, I guess.
Well, I think this move bishop d3 to b1 is very clever, isn't it? It's just removing the bishop, and then let's see what black is up to before committing.
Yes, and knight b6. Now he opted for f4, and now he has gained so much compared to the lines that I was choosing. Rook d1, rook d1, knight d1, also very nice, because knight is kind of stupid on c3. Knight d1 goes to f2. It might head to d3. Also reinforcing the e4 pawn. I mean, lovely. Rook d8, first, of course, bringing the bishop back. Bishop f2, queen b4, bishop c5, queen d2. I mean, white doesn't mind trading queens. Takes, bishop e3, kicking back the rook. Rook has to retreat. Now b3 stops any kind of knight c4. And after knight d7, white goes king f1. White just wants to play king e2. And now after c5, knight f2, rook c8, g3, and very systematically just next king e2. Black is completely stuck with the knight on e8. It can't really get out, because then c5, knight c7 runs into simple bishop c5, and white just strangles black. I mean,
it's
black...
funny. We've once again got a weak pawn on c5, and just as Magnus managed to target that pawn, and Liem is doing it absolutely beautifully, just so solid. I think this is a masterclass in how to just organize the pieces and play absolutely solidly, so that black has zero counterpunches. I mean, actually, g3 I really like, because it preempts any nonsense with g5 or with f6. It's just making sure that the pawn constellation is absolutely rock solid. And then he can come forward, king e2, yeah, knight d3, and, well, black's minor pieces. In fact, I would say all black's minor pieces are badly placed in this position. Just dreadful. They don't have any prospects at all.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the only question is how white will break through, but believe me, if you have already such position and you just play with some patience, then the point is coming to you. Yeah, you just don't have to rush. G3 is very much in the spirit, but I do see that we have some development and some forcing sequence in the Magnus's game. Actually, after knight d3, c4, even played knight b2, which might be even stronger, because after c3, knight immediately targets the pawn with knight a4. However, this gave Ding the chance to try to break with d5, d4. And after ed4, then he would have lied knight d5. It would be a lovely idea to secure his position. So Magnus said, no, this was not my plan. I'm playing rook d1. Wonderful move. Allowing d takes e3, and then answers it with f3 and says, you know what? Thank you very much, e3 pawn. You are shielding my king. I'm going to come rook d3, and I'm going to collect both pawns and win the game.
No tricks. Let's have a think. I mean, frankly, I think Ding has done pretty well to kind of complicate this far. He's got a whole move to try and do something. Can he stir it?
Yeah, but how?
How indeed?
This look on d1 just so powerfully taking away all the active squares from knight. I mean, if knight could jump to d5, it would be a whole different story. Beautifully played by Magnus.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at nonsense like knight h5, but then just g3 and the knight is cut out.
Yes, I mean, you can then try maybe some f5. Yeah, try to get f4. And then if white plays the move f4, then maybe you can start jumping back and maybe you have some knight e4 or something. It might be the only chance. I don't know how good it is. But also, let's not forget, hang on, after knight h5, I can just take this pawn on e3, right?
That's probably a lot simpler.
Yes, I mean, it felt like, you know, it was very nice shield for the king, but I mean, why not just to take it?
Yeah. That's by far the simplest. And if the rooks come over, then the king comes back, and now it's put after. Yeah, well, white just collects actually.
Yeah, black also has problem with the back rank.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow. I mean, beautiful. I mean, this knight d3, knight b2, knight a4, and then d4, rook d1, d fe, d takes e3, f3. Idea beautifully played. And sorry, Ding is down to 1.5 minutes on the clock plus disposition. Total nightmare.
That's just what I was going to say. Well, he's tried knight h5.
Yeah. Yeah, he needs to try this move. Yeah, there is just nothing else. But yeah, Magnus just collects. Why not? Yeah, g5. Yeah, g5. Only move. Yeah, trying to first of all creates a luft and threatens knight f4. So he might win a small little tempo if white wants to stop knight f4 with g3.
Yeah, well, g3 anyway. Yeah, it's on the board. Wow, absolutely beautifully played by Magnus. I mean, really, you know, such deft ideas. Let's just stick on this one for the moment, as Ding is so short of time.
Yeah, because the big question is how will he try to put up real resistance? Yeah, because it's so difficult to see if white plays rook d3 and takes on c3, then it will be a very hasty pawn up, and also the rooks will be wonderfully placed, threatening to trade pair of rooks or something, and then black will never have any counterplay. Yeah. Yeah, what to do? I mean, bringing back the knight would be desirable, or knight g7 and then knight to f5 with a check, but I don't see where does it lead. Yeah, I mean, checking just back to f2 and the pawn is falling.
Well, I wonder if he's going to go all in and play f5.
No, he goes knight f6 back. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, a very sad choice, of course, very sad choice, but he's hoping for some knight d5 check somewhere. But it's very difficult to see any kind of hope for black at this moment, because white's king is also so much more active. White also have lovely pawn structure, no weaknesses at all. I mean, Magnus made sure that also he did not allow any kind of activity. Now black's knight had to fall back to a completely passive square. That was the reason why Ding started with knight h5 to try to create something, but in fact, it did not create anything.
Peter, I sometimes wonder, why did you stick with being an e4 player? Why did you never switch to d4?
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. There were times when I switched. Yeah, there were times when I switched, but it's not so easy to switch. Yeah, because once you have all this experience in e4 positions, yeah, then also it has a different mindset. Yeah. And it's very strange that actually I'm a strategist, so d4 would have probably suited me much better from nature. But however, all my instincts were on e4, and then it was also not so easy to find. I mean, to feel all these finesses. You know, sometimes it felt like it's too slow what white is doing on d4, and as an e4 player, I want to be more energetic. But yeah, I should have started earlier. I really have the feeling I should have started to play earlier d4.
Just an accident of history.
Yeah, but also to be fair, that when I was young, it was so difficult to switch from e4 to d4. Yeah, now with new technologies, the last 10 years has helped immensely to be able to be much more flexible. Yeah, that you can learn so many things. And in my prime, I was faced constantly with Anand, Kramnik, Kasparov, Topalov, Gelfand. I mean, all these guys who were incredible specialists on d4, and then I felt like, you know, if I start now d4, then I'm just way behind them. I did try against Kramnik during the World Championship match to play d4, but it was more like out of desperation, since against e4 his Petrov was just killing me. I mean, I couldn't get any chance.
Yeah, that's very interesting what you said about, you know, thinking about the present day players, top players, because they switch their openings willingly. E4, D4, C4, you know, everything, and a whole range of different openings with black as well. It's a very different landscape, actually, the professional chess world compared to the 80s and 90s. King G7. Well,
yeah, completely different. But yeah, now here King G7. Okay, at least I like what Ding-Carlsen has done. Yeah, with the pawn on G4, at least he puts some little pressure, practical pressure on Magnus. The knight is fighting for the e4 square or fighting for the g4 square. There is some little disbalance which can give him little hope.
Yeah, I remember, I think it was Dvoretsky who said that sometimes when one wins a pawn, then actually it can kind of relieve the defender, because you know the defense has spent so long trying to defend a pawn. But then once the pawn is gone, then the tension lifts, and the defender, even though you're a pawn down, then you can redeploy your pieces, because your task has gone, even though you've lost that pawn. So something like that has happened a little bit here, and Ding has created just a little weakness on the king side.
Yeah, and look at this. Apparently, according to the computer, but Ding is down to 6 seconds. He needs, he goes rook c4. I was wondering if some gf followed by knight, king takes f3, knight g4, threatening knight e5 fork and knight h2 together. If that was the reason why computer was suddenly thinking that maybe b4 wasn't the most precise move. But yeah, b4, rook c4 was a very tempting move. However, okay, maybe white can just play a move like a3, just protect and be ready to jump with the knight to c5 next. Or can he even jump?
Well, I was going to say, I think knight c5 is actually possible in this position because of the check on e6. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know how much rook b2 check does to the position.
Yeah, that's interesting, because black's king is very safe. Yeah, very interesting, actually.
Yeah, suddenly, yeah, and Magnus goes a3. Yeah, he doesn't want to fall into this provocation. a3, gfc on the board. Okay, now it's a bit tactical. Yeah, now it's tactical. But now can white play the move knight c5? Because, oh, okay, he takes on f3. Knight g4. Yeah, this was the idea that caught my attention with rook on c7, pawn on a2. That now knight e5 check and knight takes h2 are both threatened.
Perhaps he just has to come back, king g2.
Yes, and then there is some kind of a magic knight. Yeah, knight, king g2, knight e5. Ah, wow. I mean, apparently now knight c5, yeah, and Magnus finds this move, knight c5, and that's the difference between rook on c7 and pawn on a2. Yeah, that this knight on g4 would have been very, very unpleasant, but knight c5, wow, this is a total shock and a total killer in time trouble.
Ooh, and Ding down to just seconds left on the clock.
Yeah, trouble on the board and on the clock.
But he's just got to take on c3. No, 95 check.
Okay, it's basically more or less the same. But now Magnus is just winning.
So it's going to
King E3 wants to go rook E8. That's his idea. That's my knight E5 check first. Yeah, King E3 in fact runs into rook E8. Maybe.
Okay, so the king's got to go back to G2.
No, but no. I was dramatizing. It just takes King D4. In fact, White has King D4 winning on the spot. So no, then okay. What's the problem? Yeah, Magnus goes King E2. Okay, rook C3, rook C3.
All right, it's just so basically it's just been a way to simplify and leave White's advantage intact.
Yes, yeah, and of course, yeah, King E2, much more professional. I mean, why on earth would you ever allow Knight G4 check? You don't want to calculate giving up this pawn, but Magnus going for H3. I mean, this little bit surprises me because I mean, can Black go King F5 and eventually create some counterplay against the G3 pawn, or it does not matter? Yeah, probably doesn't matter. I mean, pawn is a pawn and super healthy pawn, very active, good pieces. And Black is also tied. Nothing really moves. Yeah, the king cannot come closer to action. Rook E8.
Okay, but Ding is making it as tricky as possible.
Yeah, he's fighting.
Yeah, that's still a little bit problematic.
Especially if he can force Magnus also down to something like 30 seconds, then he really has some practical chances.
Yeah, and indeed, Magnus is, well, just over a minute 25.
Yeah, King D2. I mean, the big problem for Black will be that when White starts advancing, then of course it will get very, very unpleasant. Yeah, Rook D8 check. Now Magnus will go King C2. And then White King can always move up to B3, supporting the B pawn. I mean, this is now in fact a very nice construction with H and H3, G3. He just goes A4, B5, King B3, A5, and supports this B pawn with all his forces.
Yeah, that knight on C5 it kind of dominates Black's king. It's funny.
Yeah, and Ding goes H4. It's a desperate try. Yeah, he needs to create some. He needs to start pushing his F pawn as well. Rook H8 played.
Now, do we push? Do we just push B5?
Yeah, I think so.
Takes, yeah, and probably King B3 then.
Yes, this is the idea of,
and then A4
of Magnus, and then A4. And now the big question is, how can this knight somehow get back? Can I play Rook F4? Can I play Rook F4 with the idea of A4, Knight F3, and then trying to come? Yeah, Rook H4 on the board. A4 played.
Oh, he's not bothering.
And Rook B4. Wow, Rook B4, stopping King B3, and Rook B3, there is Rook C4 check. And now the knight can't move. And Magnus very, very upset. Magnus very upset allowing this Rook B4. This is terrible turnaround. I mean, that with little time on the clock, this is exactly Black needs to be able to hope for a survival. And for Magnus, this is exactly the nightmare scenario that he put himself in an awkward situation. He needs to burn time, and it's now not anymore simple at all.
Not at all. In fact, it's really hard to find a move for White, because if the knight moves, the A pawn is hanging. He's played King D2. Now, how does that help the cause?
Well, that
he wants to play
really...
Rook B3. He wants to play Rook B3.
Yes, but I mean, one has the feeling that, okay, some knight C4, King F4. I thought like knight C4 check was very, very tempting. But okay, he goes King F4, trying to go for knight F3 check. But certain, and look at this now, exactly, suddenly Dingler is up on the clock. What we have been talking about, that this is the danger, and Rook C1.
Magnus is, I tell you what, he's going to be so fed up.
Yeah, if he is not winning this game, he will go crazy. I mean, it was such a golden opportunity, and he played so well, and then not winning that would, I mean, it can have a very big impact on the whole match. King G3. Okay, this is a ambitious move, or maybe based on the fact that Ding doesn't have so much time. I mean,
But
or maybe just a good move.
could be a good move. I mean, the rook on b4 is just crippling for white. Yeah, he's making room for the f pawn.
Yeah. I mean, it just feels like it's somehow this king is too far away. Yeah, Magnus goes rook g1 check, gives up already the h3 pawn in order to get some coordination or some. Yeah, king takes h3, rook f1. Yeah, that's the idea. But what is this? And then rook f1, king g4, rook f6. That would be maybe the idea. Yeah, that suddenly you block the pawn and then you are trying to go rook a6.
Yeah, but after rook f1, rook c4, just push the knight.
Yeah.
Push the knight and take the a pawn.
Yeah, and Magnus down to 10 seconds. I mean, what is he doing? He has blown it completely.
Incredible.
Down to 3 seconds. Rook g5 into knight fc4, but king c3. Ooh.
Oh!
Oof. I mean, then already rook takes b5 is also possible, but then rook f5. I mean, what is this? Yeah, king c3. I mean, rook takes a4 is possible now. Now it's going to be a draw. Yeah, rook b5 played. And look at Magnus's body language. Yeah, he's just so disappointed. So disappointed, shaking his head. Yeah, now he just needs to make sure that he actually draws it, not that
Absolutely.
too low on the clock. Rook f5. Okay, king g4. Yeah, and he goes for rook knight exactly because, and this is correct decision already because, okay, before you blunder something, you know that this is draw and you're just going to make a draw and finish.
But
what a turnaround. Unbelievable. Who would have thought? Yeah, when Magnus had like 3.5 minutes, technically winning position, Ding was down to 20 seconds, and such a big turn of events.
Let's jump to Liem against Jan-Krzysztof. Wow, this has just blown up completely. What on earth is going on? Suddenly I can see an active black rook here.
Yeah, and hang on, now rook h2 wins the bishop, no? Am I blundering something, or is rook h2 just... but okay, bishop e4 also...
He's just winning a piece.
Yeah, I mean, no matter how, yeah, bishop e4, rook h2, everything was winning a piece. So it's game over, in fact.
How on earth did Duda pull this one out the bag? Incredible. He was clearly worse, and somehow he's managed to stir the pot, and looks like a winning position. Well, we'll have to do a recap.
Yeah, well, maybe actually we can even do the recap because, okay, this is...
No, we'll stick with this. We'll stick with this because we'll have time in between the games.
Yes, because the games are actually finishing together. Yeah, this is absolutely right.
Yeah,
because we have always 50 minutes between each games, and now that both games finish at the same time, it means that I mean more or less the same time. Who knows, this Ding-Liren game? If Ding takes it very personal, then he can play a lot of moves with the rook knight against rook. I know that I had this position against Kramnik, rook knight against rook pawn, and I remember that Kramnik was very disappointed because till I managed to win his final pawn, I somehow needed to waste like 30-35 moves, and he felt like we're gonna play 400. But for me, it was like a matter of principle to take that last pawn. And when I took the pawn, I offered the draw suddenly, and then he was he was relieved, yeah, and I was relieved as well. Yeah, it's over.
Okay, there we are. Jan-Krzysztof Duda has beaten Liem Kwang Lei. Incredible. And Magnus has rook and pawn against rook and knight. That doesn't look like a bad move to play there, as this pawn is going to roll. So in fact, this one might finish up.
No, not at all, because by going for this rook b1 check, knight c7, knight e8, Ding wants to say that I'm going to collect this pawn and I'm going to play on. He has clear intention to play on, otherwise he could have just traded the rooks and finished the game immediately. we might be in for a very, very long session here.
We should mention that defending rook and knight against rook is much easier than defending rook and bishop against rook.
Exactly.
That's a different story.
Very, very different story. I mean, basically, one has the feeling that with rook knight versus rook, even if you want, you can hardly lose it. Yeah, while in rook bishop versus rook, how many times we see that actually the defender side falters on the last second. Yeah, so the king goes to b7, goes rook h8, he goes knight c7, then goes knight a6 and takes on a7, and that's when the game gonna start for Ding.
Okay, so we might have overlapping games, so the games won't be finishing at the same time.
Yeah, won't, but I mean, usually I think that this rook knight versus rook, white will be playing very, very fast. I mean, the other one, you have a lot of respect for rook bishop versus rook. You know that there are dangers and so on. Here you just want to signal total confidence by playing super fast. Of course, especially in online chess, you should pay attention not to run into any fork. That would be ridiculous. And when did Ding Liren capture that pawn?
Yeah, we need to check that. So we
I actually can't see it on. I see.
I'll take a look. 1 second.
Yeah, 77th move, knight takes a7. 77th. I mean, basically here you can very, very easily reach move 50 without any trouble. Yeah, pinning the knight is a very typical idea, because then the opponent's king cannot really move too fast. I mean, has to stay, and then okay, you just move.
Didn't Judith beat Gary with rook and knight against rook?
No, Gary beat Judith.
Oh, was it the other way around? Oh, I shouldn't have mentioned it.
I think Gary will go crazy now, because it was in Dos Hermanas. I think it was in Dos Hermanas. But okay, I think Judith was very unlucky because her king was in some kind of a strange spot on f1 or g1, something very strange, and Gary had a strange knight, and there were some mating ideas. While of course, if white's king is freely running around, then you never get even close to that.
I just started a terrible rumor.
A never-ending one. I mean, I already had 2 times rook knight versus rook. One time against Larry Christiansen in Yerevan Olympia 96. I played for the 50 moves, but of course it was draw, and we kind of almost blitzed out everything. And I realized I had absolutely 0 winning chances. This is the defense. Like with rook a8, you are just pinning this, and you can even play the move king d1. Next, you're gonna go king d2 because black doesn't have any opportunity. And the other one that I mentioned in Biel 2019 against Nico Georgiadis, and Nico also held it very comfortably.
Yeah, I'm afraid I don't have any great stories about rook and knight against rook. I've reached it a couple of times, once defending, one playing, and yeah, no dramas. There's no real drama in there at all.
But I'm actually no. If you want drama, I had a drama in a training game at home. Yes, a training game at home against Vladislav Tkachov, my second for the World Championship match in Brissago. And at some point we reached rook versus knight, and my wife already called out, so it's lunchtime, and we reached this position, and I was already, we have to go to lunch. Okay, that though, he kept on playing, and I stepped into mate, and I was so incredibly angry that I lost my appetite. I could hardly eat any lunch, and I was completely gone for the whole day, because okay, no, this is matter of principle. Even with 2 seconds on the clock, you cannot blunder. And it was a blitz game with, I think, 2 seconds increment or what, but I mean, no, you cannot lose it.
Okay, you can blame your wife for calling out lunchtime, because the call of lunch is too much.
Yeah, we were hungry already, you know, that's for sure. That's for sure. And I did claim it. I did claim it that it was due to lunch, of course, but no, it was because of my own stupidity. I mean, no matter how hungry you are, what circumstances, I mean, you just don't have the right to lose this.
There's an English writer, P.G. Woodhouse. He described the silent luncheon gong of the soul. When you, it's a beautiful phrase, and when you get this feeling, oh yeah, lunchtime, oh, it's hard to resist.
Yeah, then you start blundering pieces and everything.
Yeah, the silent luncheon gong of the soul. There we are.
Yeah. All right. So Magnus is doing right. Yeah. Just keep on pinning this.
How many moves have we had? We're on. Let me see. I think we've got about 20 to go. We're on move 100. We've just passed.
Then only 23 moves we passed. Actually, then it's only halfway through.
Halfway through, yeah, roughly.
Yeah, halfway through. But it's also a question, you know, that if. But okay, I think that the reason why Ding-Carlsen is playing this, that he just wants to enjoy that from this terrible position which he was about to lose. Yeah, and lose very badly without any chance right from the beginning. He got the chance to get this position, and he just wants to enjoy and probably also torture Magnus psychologically. He knows that chess-wise this will be a draw, but somehow it should be very frustrating for Magnus not defending this.
Yeah, he's. I can't imagine he's enjoying it. I need to check out the camera on a big screen. Let me see. Of course, I can't reach it now.
No, I think that now the game is over. Yeah, that's it. Draw is called out. 3 for the repetition. I think this is absolutely fair from Ding-Carlsen that he tries for 30 moves, and once you see that the opponent defends comfortably, then you just call it a day.
I think we're going to take a short break before the next game, and I should mention that we're going to be joined by a very special guest. In fact, one of the participants in the tournament who is going to join us to commentate live on the next game. So I'm very excited about that. In fact, it's Hans Niemann, who played a splendid tournament, qualified, I think, fairly smoothly through the preliminaries, and well, yesterday had a tough task against Magnus, but it'll be very interesting to hear his thoughts. So I think we'll take a short break, maybe about 5 minutes, but then do join us for game 2. See you soon.
Air quality isn't the first thing that comes to mind when you think about chess and esports, but it affects our focus, decision-making, health, sleep, and more. What's in the air you breathe? Find out with Air Things.
Hi everyone, welcome to our new video series. My name is Jan-Krzysztof, and I'm thrilled to be reunited with fellow Magnus Carlsen's trainers, seconds, Peter Heine-Nielsen, Magnus Carlsen's head coach, and Laurent Fressinet, Magnus Carlsen's French coach, are both here, and we will be going through the World Championship match 2021. Our experiences with it, the games, what we prepared, where we felt things went well, where we felt things didn't go well. Peter, we have different perspectives because we were in different locations.
Very much. I'm looking forward to talking to you guys about it because you were in Thailand during all the match and I was in Dubai with Magnus and all of this. is non-chess team. So I see some kind of debriefing where we will discuss what was the mood in Dubai, what was happening in the technical department in Thailand, and we got to sort of basically compare notes and get the two kind of inside looks from the match.
Very much so. And Laurent, we are actually in your private home. Thanks for having us.
It's a big pleasure to welcome both of you, and I'm sure it will be interesting to talk to you guys about the match.
Likewise.
So we hope you guys enjoy the series with our behind-the-scenes insights. See you then.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Move Trainer empowers you to go from the opening to the end game with confidence. It's a seamless, effective, and fun way to study chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses, including over 100 free courses. Get expert insights from International Master John Bartholomew, Grandmaster Sam Shankland, International Master Krzysztof Duda, Grandmaster Simon Williams, World Champion Magnus Carlsen, and hundreds of other instructors. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts at chessable.com. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses.
This is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. David has finished his exercise for today. John should try the same.
Okay, so let's send a challenge.
Here he's challenging me. Nice graphics, easy to see. What are you thinking about? You're looking how it can be the most painful?
Exactly. Okay, fine.
So that I give up a phone. He wants to be even rude.
Welcome to the new Chess24 playing experience. Play in light mode or dark mode. Choose from a range of time controls or create a custom game and get paired with players from around the world fast. Enjoy a polished playing experience while making moves on a fresh, responsive board to claim your victories. Train and improve with over 80,000 puzzles. And that's not all. Download now and discover what more you can enjoy in our brand new app.
I'm ahead of the game. Well, the phone is always ringing. I'm caught up on the line. Got a string around my finger. Remember who am I? I'm a boss and I'm honestly off my rocker. But follow me. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. I'm only ever slinging. I'm
We're back and we've got the second game of the semi-final, and we're joined by a very special guest. We have Hans Niemann, who's joining us from the States. So Hans, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
How are you doing? Where are you? Where are you at the moment?
St. Louis.
You're in St. Louis. Fantastic. And well, I should say congratulations on your performance in the tournament. Actually played pretty convincingly in the preliminaries. It was, you started off really, really well, and you never looked in trouble. You always looked like you're getting into the top half.
Yeah, I think there was some slight doubt on this last day. Obviously, after my amazing first day, it should have been a bit smoother to qualify. But the last day, I won this penultimate game against Harry Krishna, and I was able to still lose the last game and be in. But it wasn't as smooth as I would have imagined. But getting into the top 8 is what mattered.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And well, I mean, compared to your first Champions Chess Tour event, where, well, you had some good wins, but I mean, this is a significant improvement in just a few weeks. I mean, this is incredible. It seems like every tournament you play, you're just kind of bouncing forward. What's going on? How do you do it?
Well, I think that the first event was a bit of an outlier for a few reasons. Well, first of all, it was my first super tournament. Obviously, it's not an over-the-board super tournament, but you should note that I'm not really, let's say, like that experienced at all playing top players, because my rating, again, like March of 2021, my rating was 25-20. So it's not like it was very new for me to play top 10 players back to back to back, and it was just very difficult psychologically for me, and this led to obviously a very tough result. So I think I was just so nervous, or maybe I just put pressure on myself, maybe not nervous, but in the second event, once I had that first experience, I was able to just play chess. So psychologically, I was in a much better zone, you could say, in the second event.
Okay, I mean, regardless of the improvement in a few weeks, even just psychologically, but you mentioned it just then. Your rating, I mean, it has kind of gone through the roof in the past year. So tell us how you've done it. What's the secret?
Well, I love to play chess, and I just played a lot of chess last year, and good things happened. It's not like now I'm working quite hard on chess and taking, let's say, a more serious approach. But then I was just sort of playing and traveling and enjoying life and just playing chess, and good things happened.
Okay, but you must have put in a lot of hard work as well.
Well, the thing is, I didn't really have time to work because I played 260 games in 1 year. I think it's a record.
Oh, wow!
So 260 games. I don't think anyone's ever done that before.
You mean serious tournament games?
No, like classical
games. Yeah.
Considering Rapid and Blitz, it's like 400.
Yeah.
So,
okay.
So it's not like I could recap it a bit. I went in at the beginning of 2021. I didn't play for January 28th. I started my trip. January 28th to April 28th, like this period, I did not have like 2 days was the biggest break I had from a game.
Wow.
So it was, it's not like obviously I was working hard in my own way, but now I'm obviously taking a much more traditional approach, like studying some openings, doing some training, not playing nonstop. But
so you were learning as you went along with the games, and presumably some preparation, and tweaking your repertoire as you went along and trying stuff out. And
saying you had a repertoire would be a compliment, how do you build a repertoire when with no time, right? I would say that I was just sort of just going with the flow, and I just enjoyed having just being a professional chess player and traveling and playing in these tournaments, because before that I had left America to go to World Youth Championships and other things, but the experience of being able to play chess nonstop and just forget about everything it was just very enjoyable for me. So I was just enjoying, you know, and
okay. So before then, you'd been studying hard. I mean, I'm not talking about chess, you know, academic studies, and then you were kind of free to express yourself, and I'm presuming
absolutely.
So you were traveling around Europe or further afield?
All well, you know, Europe, Eastern Europe. There was at the pandemic time. You know, it was like there was a rotation, right? Spain had some tournaments, Serbia, Montenegro. Really, like Montenegro is beautiful. One of the most beautiful countries I've ever been to. I just like to say that I think it's the most underappreciated country. Like I think the taxi ride from the airport to where I was playing, I think was one of the most beautiful, like, life inspiring, like, nature moments of my life. Like starting, it's like mountains, then you go to the sea, then there's snow, then there's fire, like on the side. So I was just enjoying life. I got a bit off topic there, but I was just enjoying life and playing chess.
No, I hear you. Listen, it reminds me of kind of leaving school and doing similar things. And basically, I just, you know, quite a long time ago. But basically, what you could do in Europe, you could buy these Interrail tickets. So basically, that's a 1-month train ticket where you go on any train around Europe. And that's what I used to do. Just buy one of these tickets and just go from tournament to tournament, and it was fantastic fun. So listen, I hear you exactly. You know, for me, it was just an adventure, and you know, I just thrived on it. So no, it sounds absolutely fantastic. We should probably look at a game of chess.
Yes,
because game 2 has started, but it sounds. I'm sure we'll hear more from you in a second. So, well, has this position popped up in your studies yet?
Well, Magnus played a similar this setup against me in our first game.
Yes, of course.
And he in this case the c6 is a weird order, but okay, c4, b3 first, castles. This is, I guess, a weird setup. I played let's say bishop f5 c4. He would transpose to my game against Magnus, and I played some weird thing here, but it was very tense. So I think this is just, when you play this line, you're just trying to be solid, right? Slightly better position, but it's not like black is under too much pressure. But this idea with a5, a4, I think, okay, it feels a bit loose, but I think I like the bishop f5, 94 setup a bit more. But again, black shouldn't be in too much trouble.
Yeah, but actually, I mean, thinking back to your game against Magnus, that first game, we really liked your sacrifice. I mean, basically, it was the only chance, but it was a great practical chance, and obviously, you know, paid off very well in that first game.
Yeah, funny thing is I was checking it after, and I was looking at the engine, and I was really happy with the decision at first, because I evaluated the position as like, if I don't take this, the bishop on h6 is just dead, and it's such a. But I was like, okay, I'll take it. I have some slight time edge. Eventually, he got into time pressure and let this repetition happen. But okay, objectively, it might not be a great choice, but I think considering the time situation, it was okay.
No, it was excellent practical choice. We enjoyed that. Okay, so here we go. What exactly is happening here? Knight d7.
Well, actually, I have the feeling that black has taken over. I mean, I don't really understand what white is doing, because he can't take knight takes e4 due to rook takes a4 tactics. Yeah. Winning material, and otherwise getting the c pawn, trading the c pawn for the a pawn, it's just a wonderful strategical achievement for black. I wonder what Duda has missed.
Yeah, it seems like once you okay, the question is, how do you play, right? Like the bishop on e6 is a bit awkward, so I'd be curious to see, like, let's say queen c2, how do you play? Like, it seems like you're in a bit of a difficult spot, right? Like,
yeah, well, I mean, okay, if I just, for example, play very primitively, I don't think it's the best, but just, yeah, for example, takes on e5, takes on knight d7.
Yeah, so here I thought, like, okay, maybe you're just fine, because b3 is a bit weak. Let's say f4.
Yeah,
queen
and
a5.
now also some beef, I don't know, maybe some b5, queen b6.
b5, yeah. I think it's too loose, yeah, but too loose.
Yeah, feels. I mean, okay, maybe I will not even play b5 because then knight c5 might be absolutely fine for white. But just I'm enjoying black's position here. Yeah.
The only thing is, I think if you can stabilize this bishop on g7 is quite a big problem. But maybe I just don't like this bishop being stuck. But the structure, of course, is very solid for black.
Yeah. So okay, in any case, black seems to be perfectly fine. And let's take a look at the Magnus's game, because that has also started, and Magnus again uses this gambit kind of line, e6, knight c3, c5. Would be very interesting to hear your take, Hans. What do you take on this, that in modern chess suddenly those kind of gambits that, for example, in our time with Danny, I think we saw like, no, you can't play like this, and now suddenly according to computer it's absolutely possible. What is your take here?
Yeah, well, I think I wouldn't be working on chess properly if I haven't analyzed this. But I would say that here the engine with high depth is saying slight advantage, right? So I think it's very playable. And especially in some lines, if you want to play for a win or get some dynamic chances, then I think it's totally fine to play. Magnus played this against Shankland and Vike, and he equalized very, very smoothly. So I think, again, it's not definitely playable line. And this stuff is very, very trendy, especially, you know, with knight f6 included, the semi-Tarrasch. Like this is the new rage of top level openings from what I've seen.
It's funny, you know, the von Hennig-Schara gambit, with, as we had on the board a moment ago, with queen a4 check and queen takes d4. I mean, this is now played in a completely different way to how it was, you know, years ago. Years ago, there was all kinds of crazy stuff with knight c6 and queen c7, and even castling queenside for black. But now, I mean, basically black is, well, as you mentioned, Magnus's game against Sam Shankland, yeah, knight f6. And actually, this is a far more rational way for black to play. And I think it was queen b3, knight a6, wasn't it?
Yeah, I believe so.
Not mistaken. And actually, you know, when you look at this, oh yeah, this is kind of sensible. You know, you just get your pieces out, you put your king on a safe square instead of on the queen side. And, well, black just has some activity. And, well, you know, it's got to be worth something. I mean, particularly in rapid play. But even in classical chess, it's getting played now.
You know, it was very funny. The very first time when I noticed this, that it's played on the highest level, it was, I think, the game between Kasparov and Grishchuk in Zagreb Blitz tournament last year.
Yeah.
And I remember, you know, Gary first grabbed the pawn, yeah, because he knew that it was supposed to be good for white. And then Sasha played this knight a6 move. And that was kind of the moment when Gary's face and everything turned, because he understood that this is not something completely different than what he used to know. And then knight was coming to c5, knight was coming to e4, queen was coming to a5, and Gary was spending almost all his time in the next couple of moves. Finally, he stabilized, and once he stabilized, he was very happy. But yeah, that game made a big impression on me. And then I realized that, wow, I saw that it's a good blitz weapon, and then suddenly half a year later, seeing that it's like mainstream theory and even in classical games, that was quite shocking.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose the only thing is that, as we saw in the Shankland-Carlsen game, actually, in a sense, if white is careful, it's very easy to kind of steer it to a draw. But of course, that's a massive success for black.
Okay, let's take a look at the game. So yeah, this is like Hans also said, very trendy anti-Semitic stuff with e3, a6, very fashionable. CD5, ED5, bishop e2, knight c6, castles, CD4, ED4. I feel like Ding-Carlsen is now playing very much in Magnus' spirit from the white side. Yeah, he doesn't want to refute it, but he just wants to get a very solid, stable position and put some small pressure on the opponent. And Hans, by the way, now that you have played against Magnus this match yesterday, how do you feel like? I mean, what did you learn from it, and how was this as an experience for you?
I learned so much. It was actually really maybe enlightening is a strong word, but to play against Magnus in a game is one thing, but to feel the dynamic in a match, and the psychological pressure. It was really something quite unique that I've never experienced before. I think I noticed, Peter, when I think you said that you watched one of my interviews and you noticed that I was quite confident, but against Magnus, I think for some reason, it's very hard it was very hard for me to keep the same confidence against Magnus. So from a psychological perspective, like when I've gone through my entire chess career idolizing him, when I was 8 years old, I got his autograph and I have a big like chess piece signed by him. Like when you dream about playing someone and then you're there, like I needed to sort of actually tell myself like, wait, like you're actually playing Magnus. Yeah. Like, it's not so, okay. From a style perspective, he was extremely solid. Like I never felt like he never really let up the pressure. Like I feel like against some players, there's moments where the technique is lacking a bit. There's some slight chances, but when I was defending, I really felt like he was putting like maximum pressure at all moments. So that was very difficult to face.
Yeah, we sensed it yesterday, apart from that first game. But yeah, it was a tough one. Yeah, in that Spanish, when that bishop hit e5, that was hard, very hard indeed. Yeah, he never let up at all, and that's Magnus. But okay, position on the board. Beautiful knight on c5, but that bishop on f5 is doing a fantastic job, actually controlling some really key squares. So feels all right for black, doesn't it?
I don't think there's any serious pressure here. I think Magnus will make a routine draw.
Yeah.
Yeah, I also have the feeling that, yeah, black has too much activity. I also has always the chance of jumping knight e4 trading down this knight. And also, let's not forget, yeah, that in general, of course, we can talk about the c6 weakness, but d4 pawn is also quite vulnerable. And with all this activity, I just don't see any chances for white to really claim anything.
Listen, let's switch over to the other game because we've had quite a few developments there.
Yeah, so let's go back to this moment. Yeah, Duda spent a lot of time. He opted for knight takes d7, knight d7, and d5. I mean, clearly an indication that he was not happy. Yeah? He's trying to force things, and maybe he's right about doing that. Let's see, takes, cd5, bishop d5, and c3 here, knight c4. Okay, it looks like quite a forced line, and without really calculating, it's very hard to say something. And knight c5 was played by Leko. Yeah, takes. I mean, the justification clearly that queen c2 runs into knight d4. That's the trick. And okay, still white has queen d3, but of course white will never let this happen. And then black is hoping that if white plays a move like e3, then he might have time to go b5, b4, also reinforcing his pawn. Okay, some small initiative for black for sure.
Yeah, I think when you have the control here and then suddenly you realize you're going to be much worse soon, I think it's very, very, very scary feeling. Like when you see this position, you don't really see a natural move. So I think maybe Duda is also down 6 minutes on the clock. Again, Liam is just a very, very sound player. So it's so frustrating to play because he just plays like, not like such convincing chess, but he's just playing, solid, sound moves. And you can never really like mix things up because he's just playing like very just fundamental chess, like he's got the fundamentals down. That is for sure.
Yes, that's for sure. I mean, the only move that I can come up with is somehow to push a4. I mean, to stabilize this knight on c4, stopping any kind of b7, b5, and then hope that I will survive somehow. Yeah, a4 on the board. I mean, how to keep now the initiative going for black? That's the question.
Okay, let's say b5.
Yeah, b5, a b5.
Take, knight d4.
Yes, that was the line that really concerned me. And the question was, can I just play this stupid, ugly move, Queen D1? But maybe good one, because I have to somehow stabilize with Queen D3.
Okay, maybe. It's hard to keep the pressure, but okay, Queen D5, Queen D3.
Yeah, I'm still not threatening anything.
Rook D8, and then B6.
Yes. And B6, yeah, exactly.
And what if I take? On B, oh, no. Okay, so I cannot take. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, this is the only line that I could come up with, that I felt like at least I'm forcing you to give something, and okay, you have this incredible initiative, but if I'm not losing on the spot, I might be fine.
Yeah. Things could maybe backfire for white as well, right? So
Yeah, no, for white, this is a total nightmare, but maybe I'm holding.
yeah.
Very tricky.
5A4.
Yeah, so okay, A4 on the board, and we see. I mean, definitely B5 is the first thing that Liam will also calculate.
But it's not in his style. I don't think it's in his style to play B5. He doesn't like the risk much. I think he will try to just play some very simple move here. Like maybe he will just play like Rook C8, or maybe not Rook C8, but I really do, like I really don't think he'll play B5, because from every time I play him, he's always taking, let's say, the controlled approach. And although B5 has a great initiative, I think you're taking some very slight risk, you could say.
Yeah, but maybe this is exactly because he plays against you and he knows that you like initiative and everything, and then he's like trying to stabilize. But you are actually right. Yeah, he goes for Queen takes D1, but this one feels like giving up the momentum. Yeah, because this will be now a draw.
Yeah, but maybe the same argument could be said about Duda, right? Like Duda might not want to, because okay, Duda, I think his greatest strength is just being a very strong practical player. So in a practical game after B5, I could imagine a scenario where things become a bit uneasy and then you're on the defensive side. And also, especially after this first game, Liam was completely outplaying him, had an amazing position, and then suddenly Duda was slowly twisting and turning and won the game. So definitely psychologically, I think it's very hard to play B5 after this first loss.
But okay, there is also the argument that you want to bounce back and you feel like maybe there is a chance. No, it could also encourage you to try to go for something like B5, because okay, how are you going to win a game if you are not willing to take this risk?
Yeah, but I think Lem is just emotionless. He doesn't have such emotions. I think he is just a stone. I just don't think he has emotions, really. I think he's just like, it's not even an insult, it's a compliment, right? Yes. Like if you can, I get the feeling when I play him that he's like the level. I think he's just one of the most objective players at the.
Right, I was going to say he's kind of super rational, basically.
Yes, I just for example, I was playing him in the prelims, and I thought like what is this guy doing? I'm just like outplaying him. And then suddenly I make some slight mistake, and then I'm worse, and I'm suffering in a rook end game for like the entire game. So I don't know. He's been. I think the reason why he had so much success is he's never taking like any risks at all. Like he's just so sound and so solid.
Yeah, I think we all have experienced this against Liam. I have also some games in mind where I have been suffering against him. I mean, really very, very unpleasant. I mean, such a stable player, yeah, that if you make something stupid, I do recall in Dortmund, I lost to him being over aggressive with the white side against the Caro-Kann. Yeah, I just really wanted to punish him. And then once he got the chance, he slowly ground me down. I still remember that game.
Oh, well, B5 happens.
B5.
It's getting sharp. Now, I guess if that's taken, then I think C2 is actually winning.
Yeah.
Takes C2, rook moves, chops, knight D4, I think is game over, actually.
Yeah, that's the trick.
Yeah,
So,
knight e3.
But yeah, b5, knight e3 on the board.
B4, knight c2, and then white is pushing. So
Yes.
So
So
here,
the pawn is
yeah.
a target. Yeah, b5, knight e3. Yeah, actually, because we missed the action in the previous game, we have just thought that Leko Liam plays a wonderful game, has a wonderful advantage, and we know that he's playing the whole tournament brilliantly. So we kind of, I think, with Dennis thought like, okay, it's gonna be a win for Liam, or in incredible scenario if Duda holds that game. And then we were all completely focused on the Magnus's game, and then suddenly we see we just jump back and it's completely winning already for Duda, big turn of events. And after that, now playing the second game, as you mentioned, Hans, I think this is very, very important, because in online rapid play, when the next game comes in like 10-15 minutes, it's so difficult to forget what happened in the previous game.
Yes, it's a really terrible feeling, because sometimes you just want to break and there's no break. So yeah.
But it looks like this one is going to peter out somehow.
Yes. I mean, after all, with the knight on e3, and if black is not able to push b5, b4, and really b5, b4 is asking for trouble, then it seems like it should be a draw. And the same, let's just jump to the other game, but I also do have the feeling that we are heading down to something very similar in the other game as well.
Yeah.
But maybe actually Magnus is not tiny bit better, because the d4 pawn and this bishop on f5 stops white going to rook dc2, and then okay, black might break with a5, a4. If he's in time to get his king to d6, Magnus might start to play. Of course, it's a very long journey, I understand, but I mean, if someone, then only black can be pushing here.
No, I think well, you cannot really stop a4. So I think if you trade the a pawns, I think Magnus is, I think like he's going to win that, maybe not that, like the percentage is going to be quite low, but in rapid, I think like that suffering is just tough, especially with the plan you mentioned. I really don't like. I think he has to try to find a way to just liquidate things here.
Exactly.
To avoid that suffering.
Maybe he's just got. So he allows a4, but just plays king f2 and rook e1, just to chop a pair of rooks. And okay, maybe the a2 pawn goes, but if they reach.
No. Be careful. Be careful. Let's check this out. Let's find this out. King f2, a4.
Okay, so let it go.
Takes.
No, I mean I understand this bishop b1, but
yeah. I mean, let's just show this. Of course, the rook e1, takes. There is bishop b1 collecting the pawn, and okay, being pawn up already, it's something of a very nice feeling.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's, I think also psychologically, that with white you felt like, okay, I had probably no advantage. I'm trying something, and then suddenly, oops, I'm even on the defensive. I think that's the biggest danger. Yeah, that how do you switch mentally to this? In this regard, I feel like top players have incredible experience. Yeah, they feel very well all the nuances, and they understand that okay, this is the very first moment that I have to shut things down. I mean, forget about any ambition. And wow, bishop e2, very, very nice move, because after a4, white can play bishop d1, and after ab, bishop b3 gives stability.
But is he just he's gonna put the pawn on a3?
Yeah, but also after bishop d1, rook e1 check, king f2, a b3, is that a tactical chance or not? I mean, let's just show this what I was curious about. King e1 and then ab.
Well, I guess so. I mean, worst case, I guess you could just recapture with the pawn anyway.
Yeah, okay, but then at least I kind of stabilized what I wanted, and bishop d1 didn't really make a difference. But yeah, he takes now and goes rook c3. It's and king f8, king f2, and he always has bishop d1, bishop b3. Okay, yeah, that's very nice play by Ding. This is the way to hold it easily.
And on the other board, yeah, all the pawns are just coming off the board.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how Liam comes back from this. But I
Yeah,
think
well,
Duda,
I think that he basically relies on his white collar, yeah, because he's a very, very good theoretician. And Duda is a player who likes to play chess, but he's not famous of having this killer punch of neutralizing. Yeah, I mean, in a sense that, I mean, he doesn't give any chance. He always gives, he's a creator. And by being a creator, he also creates chances for his opponent. And this is what Liam should try to take use of.
yeah, I think in terms of the styles, I think Liam has a good style against Duda. Just because if Duda is provoked with black and gets into trouble in the opening, then I could see things backfiring quite a bit like they did in this first game. So I think that obviously with Liam's performance in the prelims, he might be considered the favorite despite the gap in classical rating, but I still don't think I think it's far from over. And obviously this next white game is a must win. So that will obviously be very interesting to see.
Yeah, and now Magnus played this rook c4 move. Yeah, the only move that keeps some dynamic in the position, does not allow the very comfortable bishop b3 regrouping. White goes for rook a3, but little bit, tiny bit artificial. Of course, he wants to activate the rook, but still. Yeah, black's king reached d6. I mean, this was such a desired square because now pawn on c6 is super protected. Black's rook on e6 might start to be mobile. Yeah, rook a8 going for some counter, but it's no counterplay at all. It's just like making a move. I mean, probably getting ready to go also bishop b3. And maybe start giving a check, forcing black's king away, and then you start moving.
Well, I don't think black can make much progress here. Like, let's say this position stays this way, you can just sort of sit, right?
Yeah.
Like if you want to play rook a3, rook a8 for the rest of the game, it's not like you're going to be. It's not like I don't see a breakthrough really.
Yeah, now also big question that how should black place his pawn? Should he start pushing g5, h4, and then put the bishop back on g6 very nicely, protecting the f7 pawn, also guarding the g5 pawn, yeah, because I can't really put the bishop on g6 immediately there because then the pawn on g7 might become weak after something like rook g8. But maybe there is also something more concrete. Maybe there are some lines to be calculated. I don't know. Otherwise, the move g5 looks very, very natural.
I guess the only idea to create some pressure would be h4, h3. And maybe this h pawn could be of use at some point. So I think if you want to create some imbalance and continue the fight, then I think that, again, okay, if h4, you can play h3. So it's not like this is forced, but maybe posing that decision could create some practical difficulty.
Okay, Magnus opted for rook c3. What does it mean? So bishop b3 is considering some rook d3 and then, okay, takes bishop d1 back is also possible. Or he's just making, probably he doesn't really believe that he can create something, but he needs to play something and, okay, keeps the pressure. I mean, keeps the tension at least for the moment. Yeah, the other game finished it with a draw. So yeah, there Duda has drawn with white. I still feel like after this loss of Liam in the first game, in the tragic way it happened, still it gives him some kind of a confidence that with black he equalized and got some chances very, very easily. Yeah, I think this is psychologically very important for the next game, that you feel like, okay, also my opponent is showing some weakness, like with white, he was unable to even pose the slightest problems. That might give you the psychological edge to try to do something with the next game.
Yeah, I agree. And especially with white, if Liam can get the position that he can slowly push and without much risk, I think he will have decent chances. He definitely likes to just torture with white. So I think that in the first game, Duda didn't have significant opening problems, but it felt a bit uneasy. So I think that Duda will try to go for something more concrete this game. So I think we should maybe expect like a semi-Tarrasch. Hard to expect what he'll go for, but I think he's going to be very, very solid here, and maybe not try to be too creative like he usually is.
Yeah, I mean, judging by the opening choice he made for the second game, yeah, definitely after winning that first game, it looked like it's not the same Duda as usually we see. Yeah, with the white pieces, you're going for some adventurous lines. Now he was very solid. Maybe he got caught in the opening with this c6 a5 move order, and he was. After all, it's not a classical game. In a classical game, you always have a time. If you are surprised, you think like 20 minutes, and you understand the fundamentals and the finesses of the position. But here you have to make a move, and suddenly, very quickly with this a5, a4, bishop e6, and then this tricky d takes c4, Liam managed to shock him and get him completely off balance. Maybe it was also the weakness that we have seen in Duda's play was actually connected with this great opening preparation by Leko.
I also think that the usual Duda would not play this forcing sequence in this position. Like when he goes for this forcing sequence, it's a very big sign that he just doesn't want to play. He just wants to make a draw. And again, based on the match situation, that makes sense, but it's a bit concerning because if he doesn't go for this this liquidating position, then it's still equal, right? It's a game. So it was an interesting choice to just immediately liquidate. Of course, he was completely fine, but it's something to consider that he didn't really have the, maybe I'm speculating too much, but I definitely wouldn't expect him to go for such a forcing idea in this case.
Danny, you are too silent. Please join us in the conversation. What is your take?
No, I'm just looking at the game and wondering if Magnus is just squeezing a little bit, you know, as you're pointing out, rook a3. It's still very hard to imagine that black is going to get somewhere. Actually, I mean, if I were black, I would be slightly concerned about the kingside pawns, actually, and how, for example, after, you know, a move like rook g8, how is black going to position the pawns? Because they could be disturbed in some way. I mean, maybe he's just going to go g6 and maybe it's not such a big deal, but...
Yeah, I think I'm going to go g6. I mean, I'm protecting and you can't anyway play g4 because then I get the...
Yeah, I mean, I guess, you know, the bishop can always just kind of sit there.
And he pushes, this is, Ding pushes a4, rook a3, a5, rook e b3, a6. Wow, best defense is active defense.
Oh, this is very, very good. I think if he let the rook come to a3, and let's say you trade a pair of rooks with pawn on a2, I could imagine many situations where you're suffering.
And wow, I mean, okay, this move g6, I'm loving it because one could at first get a little bit scared by white's pawn advance to a6, and Magnus kind of bleeds down g6, showing his opponent that, you know, I'm not impressed at all by you pushing the pawn all the way to a6. h4 also classy move, fixing immediately. I mean, the reason why I mentioned the move g5 at the very beginning, because I kind of automatically had big respect for this move h4, solving those kind of issues. While if g5 h4 is played, then always it will be a bit awkward for white to react on the king side. So g6 h4, nice little pawn moves by the players.
But we're reaching a critical moment now, aren't we? Where, you know, Magnus has to decide what's to do about the pawn on a6. Is he just going to play bishop d3 and we're going to liquidate to a drawn rook and pawn endgame? Or, I mean, maybe that's just why he's put his king back.
Yeah, and then let's just show that why bishop d3 would have been a terrible blunder, because takes would run into suddenly a7 and rook a3, there is a check, followed by a8 queen, and white wins. So that's the reason why Magnus actually opted for the move king e7. Maybe now hinting at bishop d3, maybe not. But in any case, I like Ding's choice with rook a7 because he wants to clarify, Magnus, are you really trying? I mean, are you trying to play for a win, or are you actually satisfied with some kind of a repetition?
I don't know. By this stage, I think it might be time just to compromise and just to steer the game towards a draw. Well, we've seen Magnus play on.
No, but actually, you know, while I was talking, I realized I'm talking total nonsense, because the move king d6 is not possible because the pawn is hanging. And then because first I thought like, wow, this is a very professional way of going king e7, provoking rook a7, king d6, rook a8 repetition, but no. So in fact, Magnus has some idea.
I don't know, but an idea. I don't see an idea. Yeah.
I don't see an idea.
What is the idea? I think the idea is to pretend like you're putting pressure for psychological reasons. But okay, rook a8, rook a7, rook a8, rook a7. Like, or bishop f1, bishop e2. Okay, put the rook on a8, play bishop f1, bishop e2, and just grab it by t8, and just pre-move, the bishop back and forth, and you'll be okay.
Yeah, it looks solid enough. But yeah, I still kind of wonder, like, now Ding is thinking like what Magnus really wants from this. Yeah, he did let the pawn go all the way to a6, and then he just plays g6, king e7, bishop d7 without any really apparent ideas. But he keeps the game going. White, as you said, probably the best thing for White is just to stay put and move up and down. Psychologically, it might not be so simple to do that.
Okay, one idea I can suggest. Let's just say in a perfect world, like, okay, even now I'm trying to say the idea, I'm realizing how bad it is. It doesn't work. Like, maybe the rook on a7 can be trapped, like bringing the king over. Let's say theoretically, and in a dream world, the rook is forced away from the a file. Then you can start playing, right? Like, let's say somehow you get the, even now I cannot even take myself seriously.
Yeah, how to get that? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, after all, it looks like Black's king belongs to d6. Yeah, f4. Okay, but if
that is a statement, that is a big statement.
Exactly. Now I think Magnus really feels like, okay, my strategy might have worked. White committed some small weakness.
Yeah, but is this also a move which is maybe just a little bit ambitious on Ding's part, because he gives himself the option to push, either the f or g pawn if the king finds.
I mean, do you think that he wants to go f5 here? Or?
No, maybe not here, but obviously when the king is pinned, then on e7, then there are options. But yeah, king d6 looks like the obvious move.
But I don't think Ding is the type of player to make such a positional commitment without a concrete idea. I think after king d6, the idea is to play f5. I think that Ding has enough positional understanding to understand that if you're not playing f5, then the structure is definitely not good. So
well, that's true.
Out of respect for Ding, I would just I definitely think that f5 is the idea, because if f5 is not the idea, then no one is going to play f4, right? Because it's just
exactly
like you have to play, like if you're playing f4, you're committed to playing f5, because otherwise you just look stupid, right? For playing f4 with d4, f4, h4 structure, you just look very stupid.
Yeah, rook b8. Okay, so Magnus is tricky. Yeah, at least psychologically he's doing something. He stopped the rook going back to a8. If fg happens, he gets ready for eventually switching to the f file, giving some checks, and also activating then his bishop probably via f5 to e4. I mean, there is some spice in the position now.
Yeah, I don't like it. Again, I think it's easier to say now when you're not under, like I think Magnus, the pressure he puts players under is like it's quite influential. So maybe it's hard to play bishop f1, bishop e2. But I think when you open the f file, you're only really okay. Perhaps there's an argument you made that you want to target. Okay, f6.
Wow.
Oh,
this is I actually just love it from a psychological perspective, because he's just saying to Magnus, like, I'm not afraid of you at all. I'm going to play f5, f6, and just say like, okay, like come at me, like show me what you got, because this is not the solid way.
But do you think that was actually his intention before he pushed with f4? I have a funny feeling it wasn't. But he really, once the rook came back to b8, he suddenly thought, oh, hang on. Suddenly my king is opening up if the pawns are traded.
Maybe. But I think it's also quite likely that he saw that he could get this position by force. There wasn't really much of a way to avoid this. So it's possible he also foresaw this sequence and just thought that taking this pawn is just not, it's like, the bar just moved up a little bit. Yeah. I saw a spike. I saw a little bit of
that's the tiniest spike I've ever seen.
Yeah, but I mean, this king e6 is very, very unnatural. I mean, because black is not even threatening to capture on f6 because hanging bishop on d7, and it does allow
g4, no?
Yeah, it allows different. Yeah, g4 was the very first thing that also came to mind, but Ding immediately goes for rook d3. We don't have time to get into these g4 adventures.
But I think this is a very good sign from Ding that when Magnus is sort of playing his style, obviously in this first game was just brilliant, but the fact that he is like defending really well, he's defending ambitiously, I think is an amazing sign. Like he's not, the fact that he's taking such an aggressive route, I'm personally really impressed with. Because I think that's what you have to do to beat Magnus in a match.
Yeah, it definitely shows confidence, a lot of confidence, yeah. Now the big question, how does he sidestep? Yeah, because the spin is a little bit annoying. I mean, if king g3, then maybe the d4 pawn might get vulnerable. What to do now with white?
It's absolutely fascinating because it's like both players are trying to keep some juice in the position.
Exactly.
Neither is backing down. It's so interesting. And
yeah,
now we're getting down to
basically, sorry, from one position that we have been talking like it's quite boring, nothing is happening. We got an incredibly open fight.
Yeah, and of course now the clocks are both running down, and it's looking really sharp.
Yeah, Hans, go ahead because I suddenly interrupted you.
No, it's this is just I didn't expect rook e7. I thought like the idea was king g3, rook b4, and then rook e7, but bishop g4. Okay, probably going to liquidate. But yeah, rook b7.
Rook b7, yeah.
I could imagine like, okay, I assume you have to.
Okay, but something like takes rook b2, then b8 check. Yeah, I mean b8 queen, right? Or
b8. Okay, take on g4, take on f7, and then rook f7. Let king e6.
And rook c7. Yeah.
But you're soft. King f6 takes, king f5,
and rook d6.
Rook d6, rook b5, and everything is together.
Yeah, and king g3 probably should be a draw. But okay, now rook b3 check and then g3. No, this is suddenly getting dangerous.
Oh, king h2.
Yeah, I can. But yeah, okay. So and Magnus down to 45 seconds.
Can he play rook a8 here, or is that too risky? Oh no, okay, he's taken. All right.
Yeah, that's okay.
Yeah, I mean, going for this.
I'm just wondering if black could, keep a little juice that way. But anyway, the moment has passed.
I think
and also he's very low on the clock. I mean, if he sees that, for example, he can a little bit maybe torture in the line that we discussed, and he's risking nothing, then it's very understandable choice.
It's funny that you guys, you're both top grandmasters and you're using the term juice, which is known from XQC and the Twitch meta. So it seems like a lot of the Twitch viewers here might think that you guys are watching, XQC because Hikaru and XQC, the biggest streamer on Twitch, use the word juice in chess, but definitely in a different context from you guys. So I don't.
Okay.
You guys are accidentally really catering to the language of the Twitch. You guys are like, you've got the lingo down, but it's in an accidental manner, which I think is quite funny.
It's totally, I can assure you, totally accidental. But I've probably committed some kind of solipsism, but anyway.
No. It's basically like when you say you want to like get the juice, it's like a symbolic thing. Like you want to get the win, you want to get the it's one of those terms that you just is anything like get the juice. But obviously in this context, keeping some juice in the position means keeping some interesting dynamics. But
yeah, exactly.
I can see the Twitch chat is enjoying your use of vocabulary.
Okay, fantastic. I had absolutely no idea, I can assure you. Not to...
Yeah, me neither, but I perfectly understood what Danny means. Yeah, that's for sure, yeah.
You know, in cricket, they use the word juice as well to mean well, if you get the ball to bounce in a certain way and it's moving, they call it a jaffa. They talk about a jaffa delivery, and it means that the ball is bouncing in a certain way. You know, the bowler has managed to get some movement with the ball. So yeah, that's, again, it's a juicy delivery. That's what they call it.
Yeah.
So,
also, a pawn you can call like a juicer. Like,
sorry, a what?
A pawn is like a juicer. Like you take the free juicer.
Oh, really?
Like Hikaru, when he's doing commentary, he's like, "Yep, that's a free juicer."
Okay, that's again, it's kind of means something different. But yeah, it's a term that's used in cricket as well.
I think when I think juicer, I think of like someone like taking like steroids or something.
Okay.
The word juice is let's say a diverse word that can be used. And
yes.
There are many interpretations of the word that some of them we should not talk about.
Indeed. I think I'm beginning to get an inkling of where we're at here.
No, but it's just you know, with Twitch and with this pop culture stuff, it was just interesting. But again, it's just great to see let's say the more like, you know, chess commentators overlapping.
I'm not really overlapping, yeah, but it's so funny. You know,
I've taken us off topic despite, okay, this game is just a dead draw, so we didn't miss much. But
no, but yeah, and actually it was exactly the line that we have calculated when we spoke about rook takes b7. It also means that it was a very, very forced sequence. And the main point that you immediately pointed out, that after rook b3 check, king h2 is a nice resource, because let's just show that if white goes king f2, then it can really get very dangerous. g3, king e2, king e4. And with a rook b2 check following up, maybe it's still a draw after rook e6 check, but it becomes really scary. Of course, Ding's king h2 was precise, and Magnus had nothing better than to repeat rook b5, king g3. A high-class, really high-class draw by both players. It looked like a dead draw endgame, but they both tried, and the tension is growing. The tension is definitely growing. And we have action. We already have action, and a very, very sharp line. Hans was again spot right. I mean, you told that probably we're going to see a semi-tarash. Let's just go back very quickly to the start. It seems like if we don't know what will happen, we just have to ask Hans, and he knows the answer, that how Duda is thinking.
Yeah, but again, like I played Duda a while ago in a match, Banter Blitz match. And when he wants to be solid, especially in classical games, this is his go-to, because the impression that you mentioned from Duda, he's a creator. Usually when people are creative and they want to be solid, let's say he was to play, let's say like a mainline semi-tarash with CD4 or semi-Slav or Rogozin with so much theory, this would be the antithesis of his style to go into something greater. So here he can play this line, which is very simple, you know, not a lot of theory. Of course, like I've seen, you know, I'm sure you know a lot about this, Peter, because I've seen your star student play it quite a bit. So again, it's quite a very simple opening. So I think it's simple and solid. So I think it's good for Rapid as well.
Yeah, it's very good for Rapid, but actually people think that it's solid. However, it requires quite a lot of knowledge if white knows. Of course, if white is unable to challenge it, then it's just super easy from black side. But if white is a big expert, Actually, there is a lot to know. It was my one of my last repertoires, because in 2018 I also switched to Semitarash, and 2019 I was keeping both like the Ragozin and the Semitarash, and my Semitarash was, you know, as move pen move worked out as any kind of very sharp opening. It's kind of funny, yeah, what this top level chess and preparation means. But now what Lek Wang Liam has done, he's trying to mix things up, because he knows that he needs to win, and he doesn't want to get into Duda's territory where he feels very comfortable. He goes for the maximum, he goes for e5. Now we get some ultra sharp position because white is hitting on h7. However, white is unable to castle now with the bishop on a6, cutting the diagonal on a6 and f1. But white wants to create chances with knight g5, eventually some sacrifice on h7 or rook h3 as well, joining the battle a very sharp position.
Or even queen c2, even cruder. Even more,
that's a good move, yeah.
In this particular position, quite a good move.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm just wondering whether you know, black needs to put the brakes on completely here, or is knight e7 maybe okay? But God, I mean, suddenly, you know, all the wood is being thrown at black's king. Yeah, this is.
I think it's in Duda style, and it's interesting to see Liam's approach here, because I didn't expect him to go all in. Like, obviously, as Peter mentioned, there's insanely deep lines. Like, Peter, you know the game, like Vidit against Duda and Vike, and there's like 25 moves of like deep theory and Semitarash. So I think the practical approach probably would have been to test it and get some slight edge, but to go all in like this is, I guess it's necessary. But I think Duda is within his comfort zone here, and
this isn't on the board.
No,
I mean,
it's basically I'm teasing you guys. I felt like, you know, you're gonna scream out knight h7, knight f6.
Yeah, of course. That's the first thing I'm looking at. You know, it's it's a blitz game. I'm just going bang bang and let's see what happens.
Yeah, but I wasn't exactly sure if it's something I have to worry about.
Okay, let's see. Knight f6.
Yeah, takes, and then the move rook h3 is coming. Yeah, that's the trick. That's the problem. Yeah, because f5 and then rook h3. Still, it's just the beginning, because black will also have some really nice ideas like queen d5, rook g3, check, knight g6, h5, and then who knows, with some queen a5, this king is in trouble. Yeah, just to illustrate, queen a5 check, rook d2, rook a8,
yeah,
and takes, rook c1, checkmate.
Just in time. Yeah,
just to illustrate how sharp it is, and it's how easy for us to say like, okay, maybe we can play knight e7, but if it's a very important game and you have to calculate and you know that one mistake might cost the match, then it's a completely different story.
By the way, I'm going to cut in just before you know, things get too sharp, and because I don't know, Hans, I don't know how long you can stay with this. I wanted to mention that actually today is a special day for you, because you've just released your first Chessable course. So before the game gets too deep, let's talk about your course.
Yeah, so it's on the Jabava London, and it's a lifetime repertoire. So I think it's the first one on Chessable that is a lifetime repertoire, and I've been playing it quite a bit at the high level, and I think that people aren't really analyzing it too well. Definitely think there's some holes in the current theoretical understanding. Some of those holes I was able to show in the tour. So I think again, it's a course for all levels, and I've included sort of all my analysis, all my novelties. We'll see if I regret that, but maybe it's a bit.
Okay, for those that aren't familiar with the term Jabava London, what are the opening moves?
So yeah, it's d4.
Peter, let's see it on the board.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. I wanted to offer that.
So d4 and okay, knight f6, knight c3, d5, bishop f4 is the critical position, and I've liked it a lot in these online rapid events, especially just because of how simple it is. I feel quite confident and comfortable. So especially in rapid, it's been quite effective. Even in the World Blitz Championship, I played it every single game, and I was actually scoring quite well with white. So I definitely think from theoretical perspective, there's a lot of really interesting things that I've analyzed, which I'm very happy to show, like some crazy variations. So it's definitely quite interesting. So I'm just happy to release it. Yeah. So the release has gone very well. People like it. A lot of people have got it. So I'm just happy that people are appreciating the work, because it was a lot of work to make it.
That sounds fantastic, and I can imagine that probably for these first few days, it's actually on sale. So it's actually at a discount as well. So this is the time to get it, folks.
Yes. What a great salesman you are, Danny. This is why you're the commentator. Honestly, this is.
You're welcome.
You're selling it better than I am.
And listen, if you want some life insurance, I'm your man.
You could be the door to door, like selling.
Yeah, listen, I've done a lot of stuff in my life.
I can imagine. Knock. You come with your, the accent, the hair. You charm them, and by the end of the time, they'd be buying anything you were selling.
Exactly, they don't have a choice. Yeah,
they don't have a choice, because the British accent, the.
I'm sorry, just to correct you there. I don't think I have an accent. You're the one with the accent.
Oh my God! Everyone tells me I have this accent. I just don't. I don't have an accent.
I don't have an accent either.
Oh! I didn't even realize you're making the whole British American thing. Oh yeah.
No.
Oh no! I understand. Like, because English originated in Britain, so I have the accent. Yeah.
No, listen.
Anyways,
I'm making fun because actually, I was very interested when you started talking about vocabulary and stuff, because language, this is one of my favorite topics of conversation. And well, actually, my wife is Irish, and listen, we're on a kind of linguistic battlefront, even in my own house, because Irish English is very different to English as well. And
amazing, I love it.
So this is a constant topic of conversation. So no, I'm absolutely loving it. And with my, you mentioned that I was using kind of vocabulary which has a very different meaning in another world. Well, with my kids, the whole time they kind of go, Dad, you can't say that. You can't use that. This means something completely different. So, yeah, it's always an interesting topic of conversation.
Do you know what? Wait until you find about the Urban Dictionary. That's gonna rock your world.
Oh no, I consult it regularly, and it's an eye opener.
Oh, Peter, the Urban Dictionary is nothing that serious guys like you should be exploring. I'm a casual. I'm not even a serious chess player.
But actually, Hans, I saw from your biography that actually you lived in the Netherlands for a few years. So do you speak Dutch?
I did speak Dutch, actually. I was born in America, contrary to what my Wikipedia page said for a very long time.
Okay.
Everyone thought I was born in Netherlands. I was living there for a few years. I was speaking Dutch, going to Dutch school.
Yeah.
But my parents never spoke it. My siblings and I spoke it. But the only time I would speak Dutch was at school. At home, we would speak English. So when I went back to California, I forgot everything.
Oh no, I can't believe it. You must still be able to speak Dutch.
I can't speak any. I cannot. I was totally fluent. I was Dutch school. I was very, very proficient in Dutch. I left and all gone.
Oh, it would come back if you had the opportunity.
The craziest thing is that what actually took its place is chess.
Oh.
When I left Netherlands, I started playing chess, and I spoke I took a neuroscience class. My teacher told me that actually the synapses are still there, but chess took so much space in my head that it was.
That's really interesting.
Actually, I wanted to ask you that how much influence you got chess-wise from Holland, from Dutch, while spending time there.
Not that much. I started playing chess at 8. I lived there for maybe 6 to 9 months. When I was playing chess, I was maybe 1,000. so I wasn't very serious. And then I moved back to America, and then the real progress began. So I would say that obviously that was the start of my passion for chess. And the biggest reason that I think I've improved is that the coach told me that I actually was not good enough to play for the team, the school team.
Motivation.
So he was great at recognizing talent. So he told me that I could not play for the team. And
but did he do it? Did he do it knowing that it would just provoke you?
No.
Oh, really? He was serious.
Yeah. He was just a jerk. Like and the funniest thing is that like after I became a GM, he like posted on Facebook like, "Oh my God, you know, I was the first coach. I inspired him."
Well,
like you almost made, I was crying after you told me this. I could have quit chess. You almost he could have almost I was crying. Called my parents. You know, they're not letting me play. I don't want to play this game anymore.
So it sounds like a beautiful example of reverse psychology. Actually, listen, we should get back to the game because actually,
yes,
it's fascinating. No, not at all. I wanted to ask more about your career and your life, but actually, it's reached a very, very interesting stage.
Yeah, and it's very, very interesting because look at this. Lek Wang Liam has more time on the clock than he started the game. He is with 60 minutes up on the clock versus Duda's 5. I mean, definitely it's not preparation anymore, but he got the type of, strategical position, which is very easily playable from the white side. Yeah, you know exactly what you want with this powerful knight and with the pawn on e5. Potential ideas on the king side, of course, with g4, h5, g5 breaking black structure and checkmating black. Of course, the weakness is on d4. So black is trying to push this d4 pawn. And the big question is always that finally, for example, after something like rook fd8, white will be forced to play the move knight d6, then definitely black will be very happy sacrificing the exchange and getting lovely play.
I was just about to suggest knight f6, actually. I was waiting. I think this is a really nice nuance to force rook to d8, and then you play a move like g4. And you can play g4 while preparing this g5 break without having to worry about rook to d8.
Exactly.
So yeah,
it just looks like a beautifully played game by Liam.
And the time edge, this is ridiculous. How does he have another strength? He's just so fast.
Yeah, like but he will have looked at this and the position type. I mean, it's a wonderful position.
Yeah, it is wonderful. Yesterday we already no, it was not yesterday. The day before yesterday we heard the news from. Yesterday Liam was saying that actually all he has to do is what he has been doing so far and come up with novelties, play fast, put pressure. In this game, he's exactly doing what he was promising.
But he said that he's really been enjoying working with, his students at Webster University. And, it just sounds like they have like a permanent training session and it's kind of a win-win. The students are gaining a lot, but he's also gaining a lot from studying the whole time with them. So it seems to be paying off anyway.
Yeah, I think he just has a full team of seconds, right? He doesn't have to pay them. He gets paid. He gets paid to have all these 2,600 players just send him all the novelties.
Well,
how do you reject his job?
It sounds like a win-win situation all around, basically.
But there are also some ideas, like bringing the rook to g3 and then try to second g7. Of course, maybe not necessary at all. g4 and then this h5 g5 break looks much more natural.
But like g4, I'm struggling. I guess you have to break with b4, but are you even fast enough, right? Like, I guess b4 has to be played. Takes. I guess the point is if you play g5, now you can probably just take the knight, right? So
yeah, then you can take the knight. Yeah,
so he's gone rook h3, by the way.
He gone rook h3.
Okay,
yeah, it's also very, very tempting. Yeah, this move rook h3.
Wow, no, very, very inspiring play. Like this is exactly what he needed to do.
But hang on. No, I just wanted to, there was one beautiful motive that if white goes rook g3 and, for example, black queen would be on a6, then there would be the motive queen g5,
Oh.
a g5 threatening a, gf and then check and gf6 checkmate, yeah?
But bishop d3, rook h1, bishop h7, rook g7.
Yeah.
Okay,
But
there's
of course, with the queen on b6, it never works because of queen d4. But yeah, it was like my
Yeah.
mind immediately set up this idea.
But actually, maybe a much simpler idea: rook g3 and simply queen e4, forcing pawn takes knight, and then just queen f4 should do the biz.
Aha, but does it mean that, for example, you even don't want to take on b4? You want
Well,
to try?
I think we should just take anyway, because I don't think there's no threat, because there's always rook d2. So just taking rook g3.
But then we will have some queen b3 and queen c2 check idea at some point.
Oh, maybe. Yeah. Does that hang on? Okay. Well, now's the critical moment, because there could be queen.
Yeah, he goes rook g3. I think he might wants your idea, but he doesn't want to give this tempo.
Maybe. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
let's
BA,
see.
Queen e4.
Yeah, he's
exactly.
gone for it.
This is it's just a draw, right? If pawn takes, queen f4, king h7, queen f6,
queen f6,
and rook g8.
Queen f7. Is that just a draw? I just assumed there was. Oh, I just assumed it was going to be mate somehow. Let's just go back a moment.
Yeah, and gf6 on the board, and look at this. What is Liam's reaction? Does he want? No. What does he want?
Huh.
I mean, maybe he just assumed that this is mate, but maybe it's not.
Yeah, I just assumed it was mate, and I'm looking at the eval bar, and I'm listening to Hans, and I'm going, oh yeah, it's a draw.
Yeah, it feels like I was questioning why it was equal, because with this such a brute force method, feels like it should be the right way. But if you're not winning by brute force, then obviously just
yeah, it just looks like a draw. So wow, I mean, this looks like it's off the crossbar from Jan-Krzysztof. Looks like he's holding. Wow.
Yeah, and
it's very impressive
big
how
relief.
Duda has gone from the preliminaries. He was very shaky. Like it was. He's had this like polarity, right? Like I remember, I think after the second day, he was like second place. Then on the third day, he lost 3 games in a row and then beat me. So he's been a bit shaky, but he's shown, like, I think he's the consistency and level of play here, especially in the first match, has been extremely impressive. Because he's just been indestructible, really.
Yeah, but it also shows how important it was that he won that bad position. Yeah, in the very first game. Now we are talking that Duda is playing very nicely, everything, but it's all connected with this, that he won that bad position. He got big confidence. And I think also by leading the match, it's so much more easy to defend such positions, because in the worst case scenario, even if you lose, nothing happened, you still have a wide game. But for Leko, it was like a must-win situation, and he might have been, very much affected to this, that he knew that he needs to win this, and he was looking for mate all the time instead of just maybe playing according to his usual style of going g4 and just slowly building up the pressure.
Yeah, he got all excited basically, and went all in. He thought it was over. I mean, now that you've given up everything on the queen side, there is no way back here. It just looks like he's just got to force a draw, hasn't he? Let's just show that very quickly again. So queen takes f6, threatening mate, rook g8, queen f7. The king goes back, and nothing better than to force a draw for white. Well, that's incredible. He looked like he was playing such a mature game. Beautiful strategy. So basically, after b4, he just had to exchange. If we go back,
no, I think that maybe already rook h3 was then the wrong direction.
Yeah,
I think that he should have played like Hans was saying, that knight f6 with the idea hitting the rook, so that the rook has to move back, and then going for this g4, which also creates this luft for white's king on g3. Yeah. Whenever black creates some counterplay on the queen side, and then just squeeze, and always black is under some pressure.
Yeah.
It was also this sort of going all in, like especially as you mentioned with g4 here, like at some point you still keep, let's say b4, like take king g3, like it's from a positional or a structure perspective, it's not like you're lost. But if you go like all in, you still keep, maybe there's some end games where white has an advantage here. like you're taking much less risk. So, and I think Lekwang would have already played like this, right? If he wasn't in this match scenario. So I guess the first loss in a 4-game match, which really isn't that many games, I think just is really quite impactful.
Yeah, especially when you lose it with the white pieces, yeah, then you feel like, okay, you have to go all in with white in the next game. That's your only chance.
Yeah, I think just again, 4 games is just it's anything can happen. But when you lose a game psychologically, and then it's just, I think you can just think of it as the first one to win a game in 4 games, and the match is over. Because in most of these matches, that is what we're seeing.
Okay, looks like this one's coming to an end. The third game between Carlsen and Ding has started, so we could switch to that one. I think basically nothing more to see in the Liam Duda game.
Yeah, there they will just repeat. I mean, it's the only reason why Liam is taking his time, because it's clearly he's very disappointed. Yeah, that what happened. That's the only reason. There are no ideas whatsoever in the position that he can really consider. And what is this? So this is some kind of a Catalan with H4, the Dubov kind of H4 stuff. I have kept an eye on this while we were talking about the other game. Bishop F4.
Yeah, this is very interesting. I would just give my quick opinion of this before I go, but yeah, thank you guys for having me.
You're welcome.
On the commentary. Actually, the Ding actually plays this line with white quite a bit, so he's quite the expert here. That's my last
okay, well,
expertise.
That's cool. Listen, Hans, thank you very much for joining us. It was really good fun and really interesting insights as well into your tournament and your career as well. Hopefully we'll meet again for another commentary session. And just to remind everyone that Hans's new course on Chessable has been published today on the Jabava London. Get it while stocks last, folks. Hans, it was great fun. Thanks very much for joining us.
Thank you, Danny and Peter. See you. Bye.
Bye. Yeah, it was so nice having Hans with us. And yeah, this Jobava London, I remember his game against Duda from Airthings Masters. When I mean, I think that was some incredible game there. He got a very good position right from the beginning, and then I did not know yet, that there is a plot. Yeah, that of course some lifetime repertoires on Chessable are getting ready by Hans. I just thought it's some random idea, but now I understand everything.
Yeah, well, when Baro Jabava, we should say that this is named after the Georgian player Baro Jabava, who played it for quite a few years. He was the pioneer, and it really was, well, quite a new system, because White had always played with Bishop G5, the old Veresov system. But the way Baro played it, well, he was a real pioneer. In fact, I still remember a fantastic game that Baro played in the Baku Olympiad, where Baro had
against Ponomaryov, yeah?
Against Ponomaryov,
yes.
Well remembered, Peter. I mean, this was a brilliant game where Baro just produced an attack from kind of nowhere and won, well, a really special game, actually. And Baro was on fire in Baku, actually, in the Olympiad. But yeah, well remembered. That's the game that always comes to my mind when I think of the Jabava London system. So, well, and it's been developed since then, of course.
Yeah, I think that was an incredible advertisement for the opening. I mean, I don't really had any respect for this D4 Knight system before that game. And after seeing that, I said, okay, hang on. We have to start making some serious preparation against this. You just can't take it so lightly if Ponomaryov, an incredible player, get crushed like that.
Yeah, I mean, what was interesting was that, yeah, I mean, Pono, incredibly strong, but Bardor somehow completely, outfoxed him in that game. And, well, I would recommend that game to anyone to have a look at. So it's Jabava against Ponomaryov from the Baku Olympiad in 2016. Yeah, golly, I had to remember what the date was. You must have been in Baku.
No, I didn't play in Baku. Yeah,
you didn't play in Baku. Okay.
Yeah, I didn't play in 2016.
Well, me neither. I was just reporting, but it was a very enjoyable event actually. So
let's here you know what I'm really loving from Ding, and Hans has mentioned this already, that Ding has a lot of experience from the white side as well in this close Catalan. I call it the orthodox close Catalan. Bishop f4, knight b7, and this h4, the new twist by Daniel Dubov, and then even I think Boris Gelfand has also picked it up. I do recall, like maybe it was one of the very first games that Dubov played exactly against Ding Liren in 2020 in the very first Magnus Tour. I think I remember something like this. But now what Ding Liren is doing against h4, I'm loving it. He doesn't get provoked at all. He just insists playing the same way, like this b6, bishop a6, yeah, the typical idea, and says like, okay, please show me, Magnus, what is your big idea? Magnus goes knight c3, so basically he's ready to sacrifice the pawn now with d takes c4. I'm assuming that, okay, some e4, knight g5 things would be very, very dangerous. Certainly h4 would make an incredible impact in this position. Oops. I wanted to highlight that e4, knight g5. So whenever black plays h6, then a move like e5, opening up the diagonal for queen h7, might be very dangerous. In any case, Ding said, you know what, I'm just not interested. Let me continue my stuff with bishop a6. And now this is modern chess. Now after bishop a6, cd5 castles, I get the impression that we are almost in for the game like we did against Carlsen. Yeah, there we have witnessed in the preliminaries Grunfeld with h4, and after h4 c6 we also got this cd5 structure. Now we have basically the same. However, it's white who has the bishop on g2, and I have to say I'm a little bit surprised what Magnus has in mind, because I mean h4 move here doesn't really make much of a difference, and black has got everything what he wanted.
Oh, well, let's see. I mean, it's so interesting that, you know, Magnus has been very, very open in saying that Daniel Dubov has actually influenced his style over the last couple of years. I just have a funny feeling Dubov wouldn't have followed up h4 in this way.
Yeah, somehow it's very, very difficult to imagine, but now we already see what Magnus is doing. Magnus goes a3, knight a2, queen b3, clearly preparing some bishop d2, bishop b4. And if white trades the dark square bishops, and after we're going to see knight from b4 getting to d3 and targets the weakness on c5, then we'll be already talking about, of course, yeah, this is Magnus style.
Yeah. But in any case, I mean, the pawn on h4 doesn't really harm white's position in any way.
Yeah, but what I feel like, you know, black has played every move that he would have played anyway if you don't play h4. So it's a little bit kind of a mysterious stuff for me that why this h4 move was necessary. But maybe also Magnus felt like he wanted to experiment with h4, but with this very quick reaction, how Ding Liren reacted to it, thought to him that, okay, this is my last white game. I don't really want to go all in. I mean, he might have hoped for this d takes c4 structure and then some clear-cut initiative and attack. But here he prefers something positional. But when I see this position, then one of the very first things as a Tigran Petrosyan fan,
yeah,
you know, I feel like we just gonna leave this rook on c4. I mean, please go knight d2, please take this, and then I'm gonna take d c4 and open up something, and this bishop on f4 is vulnerable. I mean, I would be quite worried from white side. Maybe it's perfectly fine, but I'm a person who worries about such things.
No, it's funny you mentioned Petrosyan. Well, it was the first thing that I thought of when this rook lands on c4. Of course, there are some very famous games where Petrosyan sacked in exchange there. But for that reason, I wonder whether Magnus might just have to compromise and play the queen back to well, d1, and then just go b3 to actually expel the rook. and then carry on with the plan of knight to d3 and occupying c5.
Yeah, well, to be honest, Magnus's last move with this surprises me because, again, I'm someone who worries, and when I see this bishop on f4 and it's kind of logged on f4, I mean, all kinds of typical ideas like h6 eventually followed by knight e4 and then h6 on the board, and then knight e4 g5 looming in the air. I mean, I would think like at least 2-3 minutes before going for the move e3, but Magnus somehow shows also a lot of confidence. This is how you win games. This is how you win games. I mean, the reason why I'm making so many draws is that I worry about everything, and I want to make sure, already from distance, from 5 moves ago, no, there might be something. No, we are not allowing that, and it ends with a lot of draws.
Okay, well, now this might be an exchange worth taking, if you're not taking it with the bishop. But even then, it's pretty double-edged.
Exactly.
Well, if Ding backs down and has to exchange on c1, then the knight hops around to d3, and well, Magnus has had a small victory, you could say. But let's see. I have a funny feeling Ding is going to keep the rook there for a moment.
Well, but it's not going to be. I mean, it's a rapid game. You have to rely on your intuition. Of course, if your intuition says that you can, then maybe, but there is also too much at stake, in this game. If basically the match situation is 1-1, draw would suit him perfectly fine. Then he has a wide game in the last game, and basically it depends how much risk he wants to take from that game. Giving up the exchange, basically it means kind of all in.
That's true.
And maybe it's not necessary.
Oh, definitely not necessary. But
I mean, for example, if black just plays very simple, like takes and goes queen a8, followed by rook c8, the systematic way of just neutralizing the c file, black should be just perfectly fine. But I understand that he feels provoked. I mean, he really feels like Magnus is pushing it. This bishop on f4 is kind of a target. Of course, let's just show that, for example, if black wants to play in style with queen a8, actually runs into this trick that after knight c4 dc, bishop takes b7, queen b7, there is rook takes c4 using the pin. And that's really bad news for black.
Yeah, that's actually a really annoying trick.
Yeah, because otherwise queen a8 would make a lot of sense. But what to do? I mean, and Ding, he's done to with 6 minutes on the clock. I don't feel like you should not spending some more minutes on should I sacrifice or not. If you can take and go queen a8 and then rook c8, and you feel you are more or less, and he goes for it. This is the reasonable solution. Takes queen a8, professional.
Could burn out. But then again, whenever I say that, then these guys are just playing on and finding ways to squeeze a little something out of the position.
Bishop c7. This is of course. First of all, it's not really blocking the c5, because after rook c8, black will always have knight e8, which is a very typical maneuver anyway, getting the knight to d6 and then to c4. But it's much more that Magnus wants to be ready to go bishop a5, bishop b4 himself, solving the problem with his ugly bishop on f4.
But okay, I don't think it gives white very much at all. But again, I always say that, and Magnus finds a way to squeeze something out of it.
I mean, if he gets a very knight e8 on the board, white will play bishop b4. It's and then it's gonna be interesting that maybe black should play the move knight d6, which is a bit risky. I mean, not allowing the trade of dark squared bishop, and also that not to allow white's knight to get into the game. Because after bishop takes b4, for example, I have trouble not taking with the knight, but I mean, still bishop takes b4 doesn't feel like the move you want to make. Maybe the move knight d6, and then you want bishop f8 and then knight c4. It's a different story.
I mean, after that exchange of bishops, maybe just queen takes, because the queen could well invade to e7.
Exactly. Yeah, after bishop b4, queen b4, also stopping knight d6, and then suddenly black's queen is quite ugly on a8. Magnus goes queen d1. Okay, so he wants to set up pawn b3 and sit on this b4 square.
Yeah, there you go. He's finding a way to squeeze a little bit.
Yeah, takes. Little bit surprising, yeah, that Magnus felt the need to take first. I mean, there was no apparent reason at all why he should take immediately and not play the move b3, but maybe he has some very special idea in mind. I don't know. No, I mean, if he really wanted to play the move b3, he could have just done it here with queen a8.
Yep, looks reasonable.
And he almost blitzed it out. Yeah, so I kind of feel like he has something. Yeah, looks queen c8. Yeah, bishop b4. So he wants. He wanted to stop a5. Okay, now we understand. Yeah, so that was the reason, because if bishop b4 is played, then black plays a5, and after rook c8, black would recapture with the bishop, and suddenly the bishop on b4 would be vulnerable. So that was the idea. Yeah, rook c8, queen c8, bishop b4. Now we get it. Okay. I mean, tiny bit better, and with this time advantage combined with this time advantage, white gets the pawn to b3. I do remember that at one point I had something like a similar structure against Alexeyev in the Nalchi FIDE Grand Prix 2009. It was one of those games when Magnus even doesn't want to go knight c1. I mean, b3, he goes knight c1. And I do remember that it was some kind of a preparation for me, and this pawn on a3, pawn on b3, bishop b4, I was sitting only on this one little square b4 and c5, and it was still very unpleasant for black to. Besides, I should mention that, yeah, the evaluation bar, please don't pay any attention to the evaluation bar, because it got frozen. I'm afraid to touch it, because if I touch it, we might just get a system breakdown. I think if we will have no game, then I will risk it.
I'm actually a little bit surprised that Magnus allowed this pair of knights to be exchanged. Okay, now the structure is going to change. That's interesting.
Now the structure changes. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, so, well, again, we have a situation where it's absolutely clear that Magnus is better. But the only question is really how much better.
Yes, he is now definitely putting pressure. And
if b takes, then actually that knight can wander around via b4 to a2 to c3 to put some pressure on that pawn.
Yeah, it's. I mean, with this bishop on b7, I would be very scared of this construction. White has this plan. White has this plan, as you mentioned, knight a2, knight c3. Also, maybe just keep, and also some e3, e4 will be hanging in the air, breaking this structure. Combined, yeah, so DC.
Yeah, I was going to say, let's look at DC.
Yeah, and so it's again on the board, and this is the most natural move, of course. Yeah, DC, opening up the bishop, trading the bishop. Yeah, Magnus sits on the b4 square, and he's definitely dreaming of something like bishop g2, king g2, queen b7 check, queen f3. This would be juicy, yeah. This would be lovely.
Peter, I think we have to be. From what I've gleaned from hands, I think we have to be careful about using juice and juicy.
Yeah, but you know, it's very funny when I was listening this conversation, you guys talking, and I felt like I'm a complete outsider, you know, because if somebody has accent, it's me. Yeah, that's for sure.
Yeah, well, it's quite funny, because when I started talking about cricket, I just have a funny feeling that this whoosh, this went straight over Hans's head, because cricket, this is a completely different universe, you know.
Yeah, this is. I mean, this is also certainly not a game that Hungarians are familiar with.
Probably not. No, not yet, Peter.
I mean, okay, I know, I know that Peter Svidler is a big fan, yes. So of course, because of this, I also know something. I do recall him in Vaikanze, sitting with his laptop in the reception and following something, and we are walking, coming back. Peter is still sitting there, and then we are coming. What is happening? How is your preparation going? And he said, you don't have internet in your room. What? No, the signal for the cricket match is only good here. And okay, it was like, wow, okay, so cricket is exciting.
Well, it's when you get matches that last 5 days, it makes chess seem like a very quick game, even classical chess. But anyway, England are playing the West Indies, and it's the first day of the third test today. So I have no idea what's happened, but I'm very interested. Anyway, that's another story. Knight f5. Ding is fighting.
Yeah, but can I not play the move e4? That's the very first question. Or you have queen b7, timely queen b7. I wanted to highlight that, yeah, bishop takes e5, dc5 would be the ideal scenario for white. Then if the knight moves back, then white goes queen d6 followed by c6 and wins the game. So it all comes down to the fact that after e4, black relies on the defense with queen b7. It just shows already how tricky this position is.
Then, yeah, queen f3, bishops.
Yeah, then I can already take and knight d4.
Knight d4, okay. Yeah, and
I'm blocking
okay,
c6. Yeah. So very, very tense. I mean, don't be fooled by the fact that, yeah, it looks like it's a simple endgame. No, white is putting a pressure. I believe that if the evaluation bar would be working, he would be giving something like 0.60 for white. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah,
I do.
And if bishop takes, knight takes. Oh, he's played e4.
Okay,
queen
e4,
b7.
queen b7. What is happening?
Maybe. Oh no, f3 is not a good move because of knight e3. That's rather unfortunate.
That would be really unfortunate.
And
I'm curious. I mean, what do we read from Magnus's body language? Is he upset, or is it just something that he kind of expected? But he's not blitzing out his next move. This somehow feels to me that he might have. I can't believe that he missed it, but maybe he hoped that it won't be played. Can he take on e7? This is now a very sharp line, because after bishop e7, queen takes e4 check, already suddenly maybe fc doesn't work. You can just fall back, and it's a double attack on the bishop and on knight e4.
Oh, that's a nice move. That's a very nice move.
Yeah, because immediately knight e3 check would not lead anywhere, because then white just sidestep with king h2 and the queen is hanging. And already after queen b7, then white can play queen e2 and white wins the piece. But black is by no means forced to give the check and just fall back and win the game. King f3, wow!
So he wants to keep his queen on d1, so that after the exchange of bishops, then the queen is still in this excellent position on the d file. However, black, of course, doesn't need to take yet.
Wow, but okay, this is some very, very sharp stuff, and if it works, if it really works for white, then this is just phenomenal. I mean, e4, king f3 to spot it in a rapid game after just spending like 1.5 minutes, it's really amazing. The big question is, wow, and e5. Ooh. Ding has anticipated. He has been expecting the move king f3 and
bishop takes e7. He's got knight d4 check, and then queen takes e7.
Wow.
Ooh,
this is now insane. I mean, e5 wow. and what is it? Because now Magnus then really needs a good move. Okay, he has knight d5.
Knight d5. I was going to say knight d5 is possible.
Yeah,
and then
it's possible, but
bishop takes bishop, and then pawn takes.
But it should be already fine for black. Yeah, with the knight on d4.
Should be.
It should be. Of course, there is still some dynamic, because I can never touch this pawn on c6. I mean, on c5 with queen c6 or queen c8 because of the pin. I mean, because of this fork on e7. Pardon me. But also there is, knight d5 on the board.
Yeah, I mean, basically, with Magnus playing king f3, it's clear that he'd forgotten about this. Incredible.
Yeah, very, very high level encounter actually. Okay, we have seen some mistakes. Of course, Magnus in the very first game did not convert the possession, but also there was some incredible defense by Ding-Carlsen with this rook h4, rook b4 stuff with few seconds on the clock. But that really brings me, often I have this feeling that if you are winning and your opponent has a lot of time on the clock, you would never ever blunder or miss such defenses. Yeah, but when you are like Magnus felt like, okay, he's like what he was 3.5 minutes, he's a winning position, and opponent down to 10 seconds on the clock, you automatically tend to, make a very quick move and then pay a very high price, especially with this 10-second increment. Yeah, because if you miss your chance and the position stabilizes, then the clock situation doesn't decide anything anymore. So we got this line, e5, knight d5 takes, knight d4 check, king g2 on the board. And it's super sharp because if white, after all, black's pawn structure is blocked, it's not moving anywhere. The knight on d5 combined with the c5 pawn, one still gets the feeling that there's a lot of dynamic.
Yeah, white's queen is about to fly out to g4 and try to get into the position. I guess it could also go via d2 as well and come around that way. So black has to anticipate this.
Yes.
And it's not possible to pick up that pawn with queen c6, obviously because of knight e7 check. So just for a moment, black's king is poorly placed. So what does he do?
Yeah, king f8, correct?
King f8, but once the king starts wandering into the middle, then that's also...
Yeah, now, for example, your idea, queen d2, and then queen c6 can be met by queen a5 trick, yeah, just to show that this is checkmate all of a sudden. A lot of spice, and Ding-Carlsen is down to 1 minute 37. Magnus is 6 minutes up on the clock.
I'm also wondering if Magnus can throw in queen h5 just to hit the e-pawn, because of course, if we can provoke f6, then that creates weaknesses around the king. I don't know if that's significant.
Yeah, could be.
But somehow the queen needs to come into the position.
But after queen h5, maybe, okay, I have to, or maybe I just go knight c6. Maybe it's not so bad freeing the, okay, then you're going to go queen f5.
Yeah, that was the idea. Maybe f6 wasn't so bad, but anyway, it's another way to go. But yeah, queen d2 as well. One of these moves.
Yeah, white has lot of dynamics. I don't know, probably the chat is very angry with us. We don't have this engine bar, but I'm kind of very happy that we don't know exactly. We feel that it's very dangerous for black, but we rely on our human feeling instead of, knowing that, this is already bad for black. Maybe it's absolutely fine. Maybe black holds. But there is a lot of thrill in this.
Definitely. We should stick with this one, but I should mention that Jan-Krzysztof and Duda have kicked off for that fourth game, and Liam is in a must-win situation. But we will come to that game, of course, but we should stick with this one as it's so tense. And now Ding is under 1.5 minutes.
Wow, actually, I got a news from Tadeas. Apparently, we have a super engine running at the bottom, a cloud 1, and it says 0-0. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, but when you've got knights and queens flying around and a king exposed like this, then, well, an engine evaluation can only tell you so much. All I know is that this would be such a frightening position to play.
Yeah, Magnus actually opted for f4. It was a move that came to my mind, but it felt to me a little bit too aggressive and not exactly Magnus's style. I felt like if you would have asked me to place my bet, I would have said, well, queen d2 or queen h5. Well, finally we have queen h5 on the board, one move later.
Okay, so what does he want after pawn takes pawn on f4?
Well, queen e5.
Queen e5 straight away. Can he do that?
Well, that's the big question.
F3 check.
You have f3 check. I was just, wow, f5. Okay, sorry, we don't have time for, of course, king f2, but f4, f5 on the board.
Incredible.
Let's just highlight this symmetry. This is amazing. I have never seen exactly this symmetry ever.
And our producer, Tad, is telling us that G4 is actually possible for white in this position.
Wow. Wow. I mean,
that is mad. He's
No,
taken
of
on
course.
E5 instead, and the symmetry continues.
And E6. Uh-oh. What is this? So queen takes E6 is met by knight F4 or knight C7. What exactly?
I don't know.
Yeah, queen E6.
He's taken it. Ding now has a minute left.
Yeah, knight F4. Now the knight starts to jump, but I do feel like, okay, if there is no mate, and I don't feel now that there should be any mate, then black should actually just be fine.
So queen F6, does he want queen D5? He's still trying to get the queen in, I guess.
Hang on, but there is this thing, because there was also a question, why not queen F5? Then the queen retreats to D1 and maybe wins the game.
Oh, because there's queen takes D4. If queen E5, well, queen F6, queen, oh yeah, queen takes D4. Golly.
Yeah, this is incredible, because suddenly I thought like, wow, queen F5, knight G6 check doesn't seem to do me any harm. I'm going king F7 and I'm probably winning. But or at least
yeah,
I'm
so
perfectly
after
fine.
knight F4, queen F6, queen D5, and it does have that threat of taking on D4.
Yeah, the same idea. Yeah, queen F5 on the board, and we're gonna see queen D. Yeah, blitzed out.
Oh, straight away banged out, and now Ding has 10 seconds left. 10 seconds.
This is insane.
Has he overlooked that?
How to react now with few seconds on the clock?
This is amazing.
G5. Okay. Wow.
Oh, incredible that he's even found a move to continue.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, okay, this is when you see these guys do that, then you think like, this is very natural. No, I mean, I would not be able. I mean, I can recommend here moves, and I see a lot, but if the clock is ticking down, then it's goodbye. G5
I should just remind everyone that this is actually only game 3. So regardless of whether there's a decisive result here, we're going to get a fourth game.
Wow, C6 and okay, please guys. Okay, luckily for Dingley and now he has he gained some time, because otherwise, how do you calculate this endgame? I mean, just to show, for example, FG3, if I'm not mistaken, then after C7, queen F3 check, king G1, there is no more check and the pawn queens. For example, just to illustrate. Down to 4 seconds, he goes FG and what? After C7? He has king E7, queen D8.
Queen D8.
C7. Now C7. And king F7 only. I mean, okay, these guys are just amazing. I mean,
he's found the only move, king F7. Incredible. Oof.
Yeah, amazing, incredible fight, and now maybe it's just fine. Maybe because now already this pawn will never queen with check, so this queen F3 check followed by E3 and all these meeting attacks might force white to give perpetual. Incredible.
The question is, how do you give perpetual? I mean, both sides have to be incredibly careful here.
Yeah, the white queen cannot move from D4. Exactly. Yeah. I mean, okay, if white wants
you can
to
take on
solid,
G3 if you want. Yeah, you can take on G3.
No, because then queen F3 check, queen F4, you lose the C7 pawn. No, you can't. Because, okay, it might be a draw, but it's not what Magnus wants, for sure. But his queen is tied, because otherwise he gets checkmated on F2. Wow, who is playing for advantage now? Queen A7. Okay.
All right, so that basically offers a draw, because black, of course, can start checking on F3.
Yeah. Wow, but I mean, incredible defense by Dingley. And I feel like Magnus felt a couple of times that he should win.
But that's interesting. Ding wants to play on. He put his king on G6. Incredible.
Okay, I don't know if he can really understand what is happening. He's down to 10 seconds and he's always made, king F7 moving back. I don't think that it's a winning attack. But hang on now, queen takes G3. Now Magnus
queen
can
G3,
play.
That's serious. Queen G3, but then the king comes across to E7.
Yeah, but this one feels very, very suspicious. I mean, this one, yeah, queen g3 on the board. In fact, yeah, king g6 was a terrible blunder in my opinion. I mean, practically speaking, this is maybe even objectively, but practically this is not terrible.
He should have just checked on f3.
Yeah, should have, yeah.
Now. Queen h3, Queen h3 must be a killer. Queen h3.
And look at Ding. Yeah, Ding is going crazy, absolutely crazy. I mean, he defended everything, and then yeah, Queen h3 on the board. And yeah, this is terrible. This is the most painful loss if he loses like this. Yeah, Queen g6 and then King h1. That's it. And c8 Queen. Wow, and the design. Oof.
Well, incredible that Magnus pulled that one out of the bag. But yeah, Ding, he'll be very disappointed. Let's just look at that move. Queen f3 check.
Yeah, after Queen ace, I mean, the most natural move, yeah, Queen f3 check. White has to play King g1, and Black can just force instant perpetual check with Queen f3. Or would have Magnus tried the move King h3? But okay, it's anyway a perpetual. I mean, okay. It doesn't really matter, but g2 King h2 is kind of also fine. It will end in a draw, yeah.
Yeah, Queen f4 also a draw. My goodness.
Wow, and then suddenly, but this is what happens if you play for such a long time with so little time on the clock. Yeah, that at some point you might get impulsive, and he opted for King g6. Like, okay, Magnus's last move was Queen a7, was just a so-called empty shot, because he was trying to use the pin. But in fact, now Magnus could come back to e3, and Queen takes g3 comes with a check, and then this Queen h3 deadly idea wins the game. Wow, incredible win for Magnus. Wow. But actually we have to jump to the other game, because this is a decisive game for Liam. He needs to win. He needs to win with Black, and it looks like he's under some big pressure. I feel like, you know, White is the one who is really calling the shots here. Definitely
looks really good. Just to recap that that win, that's only the third game that Carlsen and Ding have played, so it means that fourth game will go ahead with Ding in a must-win situation. There we have a little recap of the scores. And also in a must-win situation is Leko Liam, and that's why he started improvising with b5.
Yeah, knight f3, g3, b5. It's a system that is quite regularly used. It's a silver system, but clearly it's connected with the match situation. Otherwise, Liam would have never played like this. Jan-Krzysztof plays also very, very reasonable. I mean, he knows exactly that, okay, draw is fine for him, so he doesn't really want to play for a clear advantage. He simply wants to have a very easy game. And then Black feels obliged to keep some tension with b4, but he's losing time. a3, a5, bishop b2, bishop e7, White breaks the center with d4. And all of a sudden, yeah, even after ab, Liam takes cb4 in order to try to keep some tension after ab4. Rook a8, bishop a8. I really feel like Black might be able to more or less equalize, but it will always be tiny bit better for White, and Black will never have any winning chances. So basically this very, very shaky and dubious looking move cb4 is kind of an obligatory move in this situation. And now White has the center. d6, queen c2, queen c7, e4. White also plays very energetically. Takes, knight c6, f4. Yeah, this is very important. If it would be not for the move f4, Black would actually be already fine. He would get counterplay, but clearly Duda has played like this because he knew that he's in time to stabilize his knight on e5 with f4. Knight d7, knight g4, knight b6, trying to create some counterplay with a5, a4, and now things are heating up. f5, queen d7, f6, h5, knight h6 check, gh6, fe7, f5 on the board. f5 had to be played because no time to collect the e7 pawn because knight e4 is coming. And okay, some d5, knight f6, oops, d5, knight f6 should be crushing. So Black opts for f5.
Well, Duda will be absolutely delighted. I mean, it looks like a winning position for White already.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. Off the top of my head, d5 and pawn takes, and then rook takes f5, for example. I mean, it's not necessary to do this, but it's my first thought. And why not?
Yeah, very, very tempting. But Duda is also still having some time. I think it's correct that he is spending his time.
Yeah, sure. I mean, of course, it's not necessary to go crazy.
Also something like knight f3, queen takes c7, rook ae1.
Yeah, this of course is sensible.
Yeah, and then d5 and knight h4, and then hitting on f5.
Everything.
I mean, all of White's pieces are just perfect.
Yeah, you can choose your way to go. I mean, this is just an absolute nightmare position for Liam.
Yeah, but here we go. D5 on the board, knight takes c7. Of course, yeah, knight takes c7 is the move that had to be played.
Yeah. Well, okay, so many moves. You could play queen d3 to d4. Is not too bad.
Wow, yeah, very nice.
For example. Oh, even the knight on b6 hangs as a little bonus.
Oof. Yeah, because I was thinking like, okay, maybe if I'm very lucky, I can survive
knight g6,
checkmate.
exactly.
But even this is hanging, yeah. No, then the queen d3 might be just devastating.
Well, I suppose he can take on d5 and play an endgame. Take with the knight.
Yeah, but I mean, let's know that he even needs to win the game, yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's that bad already.
Yes. And I mean, okay, basically not getting checkmated might be already a queen d3 on the board, might be already the first target, first aim in this position.
Yeah.
Yeah, I kind of also feel very, very sad for Liam because he played such a wonderful tournament. And then also yesterday he was very convincing. Today he started with a wonderful game, which he finally ended up losing with. That's a real game changer. And ever since, we don't feel that confident and comfort. I mean, this superpower that Liam has really shown in all these how many games? It was 15 in the preliminaries, and he finished in 3 games. Yeah, he finished in 4. Okay, in any case, in all his games, he had been very, very convincing. Yeah, knight g6. Okay, he plays the move knight g6. But this is complete collapse. I mean, queen d4.
Queen d4. Okay, he's got to do something about the knight. Yeah, I mean, if he just protects the knight with a rook, so rook cb8, but
yeah, but
it's just horrible.
Yeah, such a move that I even did not. I mean, I didn't feel like I'm able to announce this move. Yeah.
No. I mean, it's dreadful. I mean, I guess you just move the queen's rook over to e1, and
yeah. So no, there are no moves. I mean,
it's just horrible. Yeah, no, I agree. I feel. I mean, listen, I like the way Jan-Krzysztof plays, but I agree. I feel very sorry for Liam because he's played an absolutely brilliant tournament. And even in the last game, you know, he looked like he was playing a beautiful strategic game as well. And somehow, yeah, he rushed it. He rushed it.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, maybe in the previous game, and what we have been talking about, yeah, that this incredible power of Liam is usually exactly that he's so composed and he's not I mean, I know exactly for myself, yeah, that if I would not be so emotional during the game, then I could actually score so much more points from the positions that I had throughout my career. But actually, from the playing style, one could guess that, yeah, I'm super solid and like this, but at the same time, I'm so extremely emotional. And when I see what Liam is often doing, I feel like, wow, this is just incredible. I mean, if you can control things like this, then you are like unbeatable.
Yeah.
But okay, he's creating something because, wow, I mean, e5 is a threat, hitting the bishop. Okay, after e5, no, queen b6, queen d5 checks. Suddenly, how do you finish me off?
Okay, let me start with King G1.
King G1. Okay, he goes Rook F2 instantly, which means that he probably has calculated everything. So E5, Queen B6, Queen D5, King G1, that's also probably good enough. Yeah, similar idea what you wanted. Yeah, just E5 on the board, and now the knight on G6 is hanging. Yeah, Queen B6.
Okay, is that on the board? Yeah, that's on the board. Yeah.
Yeah. It's on the board. Yeah, and also just how incredibly intense and how dramatic and so on everything is in chess, in online chess, especially with this rapid format. We have witnessed in the previous game. I mean, Ding-Carlsen has defended incredibly. I mean, finding all those incredible moves with few seconds on the clock. And then just when, you know, finally you take a breather that, okay, now everything is fine. And you make one move like, okay, it's already okay, no problem. And then you end up losing. It's just shows, you know, how, I mean, I always felt like football players have it much, much more easy, because if you are winning or something, you are winning. But in chess, just one mistake and all the hard work, all the brilliant moves are actually just vanishing.
This still needs to be finished off. It's knight F. He played knight F3. Okay, that's
knight F3, Rook C6. Yeah,
solid.
At least comes back with the tempo.
Yeah, but actually, I think Liam has done well to actually reach this position. I have a feeling that Duda could have kind of been a little bit more convincing.
Absolutely. I mean, what Liam is performing here to try to hang on and also generate chances.
Yeah, I guess
from this completely lost position, it's amazing.
Probably Queen B7 actually.
Yeah, Queen B7 is very unpleasant because it ties everything and also keeps an eye on G7 square. So Black can never push E4 due to Queen G7 checkmate.
Oh, we're being told knight F4 check here is
well, knight F4 I have seen, but also knight H4 check is possible. With the same idea.
Queen B7 on the board, and Liam has enough time. He's got still 7 minutes left. So knight F4 check. Wow.
Wow, what a miss.
Missed it.
Yeah. No, this is now already showing that he's tilted. Yeah, because I mean we were talking about this, that this is incredible strength of Liam of spotting the critical moments and never missing any small tactics or whatever, and blitzing out the move Rook A8 without spotting that actually knight F4, knight H4, maybe something is there. I mean, maybe it does not work, but you have 7 or 8 minutes on the clock. You have to calculate this move because maybe it's your chance.
It might be time for White to bring the king away from the knight and step back and play King G1. Oh no! Then Rook C1
Rook
check.
C1.
Rook C1.
Wow!
Oh!
Wow!
Queen A7.
Did Liam just foresee that okay, he already has very good chances anyway?
Really interesting.
I mean, you know, from the momentum when this knight D5 CD, Rook C2 happened, and then this E5 was coming, I also lost the plot for White, yeah, because before everything was so nice, it was so one-sided, and it was like, how do I finish things off? And suddenly, Black has a lot of dynamics. Black is the one who got this wonderful queen in the center.
So Queen A7 was prudent. Rook C2.
So Rook AF1, I guess, has to be played. On the Rook E1, okay, similar idea.
You can bring the queen back. You can recapture with the queen. So
yeah, Rook F2, Queen F2. Huh.
I know. It's mad, isn't it? How suddenly Liam has a little bit of a chance, and Jan-Krzysztof 2.5 minutes. Well, he's not absolutely down to the wire yet, but
yeah, but now one really feels some tension here. I don't know exactly what is happening. First of all, Black has 3 pawns for the piece. Okay, of course, his pawn structure is damaged. One should not really count these pawns because they don't really contribute to the game. But I mean, simply this dominance, the center dominance, and the C file, of course, this is what gives us the hope.
I want to, with white, I just want to step out of the pin. King G1, I'm desperate to make this move.
Well, you have called for King G1 instead of Knight F3, yeah? That was your, or instead of Rook F2, something you called immediately that you wanted to step out.
Yeah, I don't know if it's any good.
Yeah, I don't know if it was good, but definitely it was your first instinct.
Ah, there you go. I'm getting some support from Tad, our producer, who said King G1 was very clean. There we are.
Yeah.
for once I got one right. But the thing is, you know, I'm not going to award myself a medal because, you know, on the next turn, in the next breath, I managed to blunder my queen with King G1 again.
Yeah, and also, I mean, it's so easy from outside to suggest sensible moves, yeah, but we all know when the clock is ticking and there is incredible pressure, then suddenly you feel and you think completely differently. It's always very, very tricky. I mean, whenever people see that, okay, commentators saw that move, why players didn't see it or something like this? Well, I mean, we don't have this tension. Yeah, the players have, I don't know what kind of pulses. I mean, there should be so much at stake. Getting into the finals, I mean, getting into the final, I think it both means tremendously lot for both for Duda and for Lek Van Liam. So lot of pressure here, lot of nerves. This is not just a game; it's the game to decide the fate who ends up in the finals.
Big moments, because, you know, Black's position is also not entirely stable.
Yeah, it's now Lek Van Liam spending his time. By the way, the game between Dingler and Magnus Carlsen has started.
And Ding in a must-win situation. Carlsen playing C6. Golly.
Yeah, just a very quick jump there. Yeah, that C6. It basically invites E4, this love gambit.
So interesting that Magnus is just, you know, he's not playing something that is like super solid. You know, he's inviting an absolute scrap with E4.
Yeah.
Incredible.
Okay, no. Okay, Ding goes for Knight F3 also makes sense because if, yeah, Magnus goes Knight F6. If Black would have played the move D takes C4, we would be ending up with this crazy Notaboom variation, yeah? And okay, that's certainly not something people want, but look at this. After Knight F6, Bishop G5, Magnus goes for this Bishop E7 move. It's slightly passive. I mean, usually the Botvinnik variation with D takes C4 or the Moscow, anti-Moscow variations with H6, Bishop H4, Bishop takes F6 lead to super sharp, complex play. But Magnus goes for a very solid...
well, we're just back in the Queen's Gambit declined. We're back in
but with C6, yeah, it's not...
Yeah, but it's Capablanca Alikin. We're back in the 1920s.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
Seriously.
That's true. But okay, let's jump back to the other game because it's so much at stake. So finally, after Rook E1, Rook takes F2 check, King takes F2 on the board. Liam is also done to less than 3 minutes. So now the clock situation evened out. How to keep the pressure on? Yeah, that's the problem because this pin is annoying. Queen G7 checkmate is in the air if Black pushes E5, E4. How do you reinforce the position? The E5 pawn is kind of hanging, and Rook C2 check is met by Rook E2, and we know that Black needs to win this game. So trading everything and might hold it. It's not really what he wants.
It's yeah. So Duda might have scraped out, but let's see. And what happens on Queen? Is Queen D3 possible? Oh, he took on B3.
Yeah, well, anyway, Queen E3 is there. Yeah, I mean, he could have played. It's a very similar position.
Now, Am I blundering something with? Yes, I am. I was going to say bishop e5, but then rook e2, king e2, knight e5. Oh, then there's queen b8 check.
Queen
Okay,
b8 check.
So maybe bishop e5 anyway.
But I mean, okay, if you only need a draw, you also have now millions of checks that you might be able to include. No, queen b8 check on the board. Yeah, and okay, where should this black king run out? There is no way to run out. It would also be simply too much if black could run into. I mean, let's just show that what happens if he keeps on running into e6, then knight d4 check. Triple forks everything.
Very nice.
Yeah. So king h7, of course, and now okay, some queen b7 check. It just automatic draw if white wants. And of course, white will want. I mean, draw is like a win under this. Yeah, we're gonna see this.
Yep, and that will put Jan-Krzysztof through to the final.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, okay, incredible fight. Yeah, finally, of course, pity that this first game decide everything, but Duda kept the pressure. I mean, kept the tension and finally goes through to the final. Yeah, king g8.
And there we have it. The match over. Jan-Krzysztof Duda defeats Liem Quang Lei and goes through to the final. So we still have one semi-final to be decided, and Ding is in a must-win situation. No rest for the wicked, Peter. We're just powering through, no break.
No, of course. I mean, but we are also treated with so much action and with so interesting games and a lot of excitement. But what did we get here? Because it looked like, you know, we're going to see all these classical games from the 20s, as you mentioned, but suddenly after queen c2, things are taking a completely different turn. h6, bishop f4, knight h5. This is already definitely not how it was played back in the old days. Bishop e5, knight f6 reminds me of modern chess from so many different move orders. Long castle. No, bishop g, yeah, no, because now already black is threatening to capture the bishop. So bishop g3, knight h5. Finally, white goes for long castle, takes, dc, and we end up in this Moscow structure.
Yeah, well, Ding in a must-win situation. So, you know, he's gone for a nice sharp game with Carlsen queenside, and why not?
Exactly.
You know, this is an absolutely legitimate way to play for white. It is extremely dangerous. Half open H-file.
Okay, black will try to get very quickly active with bishop b7, a6, and then some c5. Yeah, you can't tolerate white eventually building up some tremendous attack.
Yeah, well, the game on. I mean, it's just completely wild position. You know, anything can happen here. So, you know, I think Ding has what he wants, basically.
Yeah. I think he's also so good in the openings, and he has so many ideas in all the openings that it's just impossible to shut him down. Yeah, he always finds, you know, because there are some players, okay, I played against Magnus, what can I do? I mean, I'm in a must-win situation, but he knows everything. Yes, this is an argument, but we also see from Ding-Liren that he actually has the power to create a game and to create a chance to fight against Magnus. b5, bishop d3. Yeah, this is correct. Bishop b7.
Now, okay,
king b1.
Just king b1, just probably a necessary move, and he's just waiting to see how black commits.
Exactly. I mean, how also black wants to treat the position, because he does need a6 and in order to get c5 going, but maybe c5 is anyway very, very risky. There are options that maybe black can also try to go for long castle to try to have safety, but then white might get some positional way of just playing rook c1, knight e4, and then build up some pressure. So it might be risky, but might be principle to castle short and castle into the so-called mate. but
Okay, well,
but counter it with the timely c5. It's a very tough choice.
then it's game on. Yeah, then the G pawn starts to roll.
Exactly.
And White can play in a different way. There's knight e4 and then knight e5 to try and gain control over the c5 square and over the queen side. So White has various ways to play this position. So I mean, king b1 fits with everything basically, and is a very prudent move.
Exactly. I mean, okay, whenever you castle in this castle long in these structures, whether it's Slav or whatever, I mean, always you next gonna move the king to b1, and you know that then it's time to look for action, but never before that. King b1. Yeah, I don't know how happy Magnus is. Yeah, I don't think that he's too happy, but maybe he's also not really worried. I mean, one thing we have noticed, or at least I noticed, that in many of Magnus's games, I feel like I'm much more worried for his position than he is, and he proves me often wrong. Yeah, like, okay.
Sorry to break in, Peter. We're going to cut to an interview with Jan-Krzysztof Duda, who's being interviewed by the studio in Oslo.
And he's been in great form, I think, so far in this event. Also today, I mean, I just happened to win not so great first game, and after that it was actually pretty difficult for him to come back, but I think he played very well, even in the last game. Like in several moments, I thought it's kind of pretty hopeless situation for him to win a game with black. But I mean, he played very, very creatively and surely got some chances. Luckily for me, I was kind of alert, and even though in one moment I thought I was just winning by force and totally relaxed, and then missed through c6 move, and and also played probably not so accurate queen b7, and after that I just wanna point out there was a nice trick, because when I played queen b7 I wanted to play rook d2 afterwards, but after rook d2 I think rook d2 was losing to knight h4 check, very nice trick, and when I recaptured the knight, she takes h4, then rook g6 check, and my queen b7 is lost. So but I just stay alert, stay cool, and managed to not to lose the fight.
Yeah. Now, you've said it before. We talked a little bit about it today, that you blame a lot of your success to luck. And have you felt a little lucky throughout the day, besides your many of your fantastic moves?
Yeah, sort of. I mean, okay, in the first game I was like clearly worse in an end game. Maybe it was even lost. Like I was just positionally much worse and without any direct counterplay. But then, I mean, I somehow managed to, to break the pattern, like to create some chances, some dynamics in the position, and then I mean it got kind of crazy, but that was basically my only chance there. So. And he of course blundered in one move, so that was of course very, very, very big upset for him, and I mean it basically lost a match for him. In the second game I was also losing, I think, at one point. I just miscalculated. But we both, I think we both just didn't see a good way for black. So in the third game also he created. I mean, it was very uncomfortable for me, but probably throughout the game I was okay. And even though it was very stressful, because he had always this repetition, perpetual possible, and there was some very, very scary looking attack. I didn't think there was anything in particular for him, and probably there wasn't. Also, I wasn't sure about this variation. I mean, I had it analyzed for sure, but somehow I got a feeling that I might have mixed up, moves and got the same position without tempo, which of course would be disastrous because the position was very, very complicated. I mean, he was attacking me, so basically every tempo counted. But I think that was the position I had analyzed, and I played some decent moves today.
Yes, you definitely did.
But still, it's the first game, that was the most crucial at the end.
Yeah, but okay, well, talking a little bit about luck though, do you have some sort of lucky things that you do before game, or I don't know, lucky underwear or something like that?
Not really.
Aha.
I don't have. I just try, to relax a little bit when I have this break, 15 minutes break. I don't know, chill out a little bit, just not to think about about chess for a while.
Yeah.
But in general, somewhat paradoxically, I used to always have something lucky. Some lucky item, or I don't know, pen or T-shirt. But this time I managed to reach final without those.
Well, sounds like a plan. And final question. It is 2.5 months now until the candidate. So what does it mean to you and to your confidence to reach now a final in a big and strong tournament before that starts?
Yeah, it's of course very nice. Also considering that I'm not playing my usual opening. Because of course I hide them for the candidates. So it's even more special actually. But it also can be seen. In some games like today's first game. Normally I wouldn't play Queen's Gambit Decline. I have never played it before, really with Bragg, but just wanted to give a go, a shot against Le. And so of course it's always good to play nice games and to win, but still it's probably not that important in terms of candidates itself. It's just different tournament, different formats, and but of course it's kind of very nice because I have struggled so much last year that it's very nice feeling actually to reach the final.
Fantastic. We're super happy for you, Jan-Krzysztof, and whoever you will face, we wish you best of luck when the final starts tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thanks for joining us. And we're going to find out now who will be the opposition for Jan-Krzysztof Duda. It's a must-win situation for...
Yeah, welcome back. We have heard Duda mentioning many things, being very, very happy. At the same time, he also mentioned that, he's hiding many of his openings, his main openings for the candidates tournament, which is very, very understandable. And now I perfectly understand what happened in that first game, because it was no preparation at all. That's why Black ended up in such a sad position. But now we have to focus on this must-win game for Ding-Liren, and he has really gotten the dream. the dream scenario. You cannot ask for more. G4, G5 on the board. Danny, please tell me, what do you think? How high do you rate Ding's chances of bouncing back now?
Well, reasonably. It looks like, to me, Magnus has done something that he really didn't want to do. Basically, this idea of casting queenside, this looks like a compromise to me. It is quite clear that structurally white is better now. And I really don't think Magnus would have wanted to go for this.
Yeah, he did spend something like 5 minutes on this a6 queen b6. Yeah, it was a very, very tough decision for him to because he knows that he gives up the control. But at the same time, he probably felt that he couldn't make any of the direct forced variations work. And after all, it's kind of, yes, the structure is compromised, but if he somehow gets time to go king b8 and c5, then despite some compromised pawn structure on the king side can be doable. But certainly white has a very nice choice. Now the big question is, do you really, for example, immediately take on h6 and clarify this pawn structure, and then, I don't know, you try something like rook h5 is the most natural, and maybe even black takes with the rook on h6. Maybe it's better to trade one pair of rooks. Takes. The pawn on h6 is not really a weakness because, okay, black can always play the move bishop e7 to f8, protecting the h6 pawn if white tries to go after the pawn. But then after trading a pair of rooks, then black's counterplay with c5 is more interesting. I feel like maybe Ding is trying to keep some more dynamics in the position.
Yeah, I mean, I'm wondering if he's toying with the idea of playing g6 actually in order to weaken the e6 pawn.
Exactly. Yeah. So e6, I don't know. f5 is probably the most natural move, but it gives up the e5 square, of course, as well.
Now, there's in this position, can we actually play? Oh, there's a really funny move here. There's d5. Exactly. So, you know, if that's taken with the obviously the c pawn, that opens up the c file, but and e takes d5, then white takes on f5.
No, you can also
take knight d5. Yeah. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah, this g6 is a super scary move. I mean, actually, I don't know exactly how Magnus wants to react to g6. But the English then goes gh6. It's the reason why I mentioned this gh6 first. You know, I just wanted to explain that, yeah, this weakness on h6, I don't feel like this is the biggest danger for black in this position, and g6 looks so much more there. Maybe, of course, Magnus would have played f6.
But in any case, the whole point is to weaken the e6 pawn.
Yeah, you still have this d5 idea.
Yeah, it looks so risky. So, but also very unpleasant. You know, when that bishop stands on e7 and it's sort of blocked by the pawn, and it looks so ugly for black. I think this is a big moment for white.
But maybe then if you are already so frustrated of black's play, maybe actually black should just take on g6 and say that, you know what, if I have weakness on e6, I will have weakness anyway. But if you, for example, take, then already black might get some king b8 and then c5 in and compensate with the two bishops for the pawn structure.
Yeah, but the bishop is always coming back to e4 to exchange if c5 comes. So it just feels like white has a massive positional advantage.
Yeah, looking good. But okay, he has taken on h6. Certainly, it's slightly better. But knowing that he's in a must-win situation, yeah, it would have been much more expected to see him go for some very sharp stuff. But maybe this little move, bishop e2, it's a super classy move. Now opens up the way for queen h7. Maybe that was the move why, you know, Ding got attracted to this gh6, because how do you cover this h7 square? If the knight moves to f8 to f6, then suddenly white gets access to the e5 square with knight e5 hitting on f7. And if you really have to play a move like rook h8, that's already something that is not what you really want.
Yeah, also very, very nice for white. Yeah, Ding looking good at the moment. By the way, nice. I'm just going to have a quick shout out for the name of the tournament, and this is a special tournament, so the Charity Cup. Just to remind everyone, so the Play Magnus Group has partnered with UNICEF, United Nations Children's Fund, and are raising funds for children in Ukraine. And so far, $89,842 has been raised. So thank you everyone for supporting who's done so far. And if you feel like you've got a bit of spare cash, then do check out the link there. It's all in a very good cause. And I should also mention that Chess24 premium memberships are on sale, 40% discount during the tournament, and 20% of that will be donated to UNICEF. So it's all in a good cause, folks. So do bear that in mind. If you've been entertained by the chess so far, do consider chipping in. Okay, back to this game. Bishop e2. Yeah, it looks very pleasant for Ding. And Magnus's time is ticking down. 5 minutes left. Ding has 9.5 minutes remaining. So the pressure clearly on the world champion.
Yeah, also very interesting to note, I think, that those two little moves, king b1, force Magnus to spend something like 5-6 minutes, and now the retreat bishop d3 to e2 is those two moves are causing Magnus almost like 10 minutes, and he goes for f5. Yeah, that's why it's not an easy decision. We have been talking about this, that weakening the e6 square, that was also one of the main ideas of our suggested g5 g6 idea. Now again, the same d5 moves are very much hanging in the air, and in order to understand where they lead, you really need to calculate a lot.
Yeah, I mean, d5 is kind of the first move I would think of.
But actually, let's try to figure out. We might not even be able, but what is black really up to after d5?
Does he just want to play c5 in order to protect e6?
Because now the bishop moved from d3, so there is less pressure on f5. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, e4 played. Okay.
Yeah.
Ding is breaking with e4.
But you know, all these pawn breaks, well, they're all very interesting. But I mean, white, of course, had other ways to play the position. One could play in a far slower way, maybe, you know, maneuvering the knights around. You know, knight e1 to d3 or something like that. I mean, certainly not the only way to go, but Ding's in a hurry. And why not? Because, you know, that if he can get through to e6, you know, you get through to the king. And it's so tempting because the king is actually very poorly placed. You know, if Carlsen could tuck the king away on a7, then you kind of say, okay, that's safe enough. But it takes time to get there. In the meantime, you know, I think it's a very understandable decision that Ding is just seizing the initiative.
Yeah, and very unpleasant, also forcing Magnus to make up his mind, make very difficult decisions. I mean, he just have no time to make those little prophylactic moves that he's also so famous for, that he always senses how to regroup his pieces, how to get harmony. I mean, after e4, he's faced with a choice, he goes fe. In fact, knight e4, king b8 on the board, rook c1, stopping c5. So now black is just one tempo short of getting c5 in, and if white knights will land on c5, then this bishop on b7 will be stuck forever. Maybe even white is not in any hurry, because actually after something like knight c5, knight takes c5, dc5, suddenly the knight on f3 and bishop on e2 will be a little bit unfortunate. So no, just keep the pressure. Magnus wants to, first of all, sidestep from dc5 tempo, and also covering the e5 square from eventual knight e5 moves.
I keep looking at this move queen b3 and just wondering, you know, if that just puts it. It's a very irritating move for black, because if the knight retreats to f8, then of course the c5 and e5 squares are available for the knights.
Actually, what does black do after queen b3?
I'm not sure.
Not sure at all. I mean, first of all, you can't really protect. Okay, one of the most natural moves would be to try to break out with c5.
Okay, I suppose I have to take that with the knight.
Breaking bad, with c5. Knight takes c5. But knight takes c5 now, I feel like there should be something for black. Now suddenly I'm very active with the two bishops, so hang on, something. Maybe I should take with the bishop and then with the knight?
Or yeah, I don't know.
I mean,
still not so clear, because because often, for example, knight takes pawn takes bishop d5, queen c3, and actually, you know, black, white holds everything.
It's not simple, but in any case, one has the feeling that black is alive. Definitely black is alive, and this king b8, queen c7 were quite nice stabilizers. The big question is, can Ding-Carlsen now find a very strong move? Because if he can ask some real question to Magnus, and Magnus is down to less than 4 minutes, then it will be very, very risky and very dangerous for him. But queen b3 is one very tempting move, but it requires a lot of calculation. I mean, Ding might feel like, if queen b3 I miscalculate something, my advantage disappears. But what else apart of queen b3?
Yeah, just for a moment, that bishop on e2 feels like it could be better placed. It's not quite clicking.
Yeah, the big question also, does black have a threat? Because after e5, there will be d5. I mean, at least, okay, e5, d5, then c5 is possible. Maybe this is kind of a threat from black side to go e5.
Yeah, even after queen b3, maybe it's possible.
But then you have some queen e6 or not? I mean, I thought like that's your main trick.
I'll go for that.
Yeah, queen e6, and I have big trouble here.
Ding's got enough time. He's got 6 minutes left, so he can invest a bit of time to try and get it right.
Yeah, because after all, the way he played was very logical, and we were full of praise. But he's also running the risk that it might be pleasant for him, but breaking black's position will be tough. Yeah, so he really needs now to use the momentum. So maybe this move queen b3 is very important. I mean, let's if we know it, then let's take a look. So c5, knight takes c5. How could I react to this? For example, can I just take it? Can I just take it?
Okay, so let's just find out. If I play queen takes e6.
Yeah, well, queen e6, I'm not really worried. I feel like if I'm solving the problem of the pin, then with the two bishops and now opened up and this knight on f3, bishop e2, sitting very, very passively, I don't feel that this is a problem.
So what do you actually play here?
Well, I mean, I don't know, queen d6, or I mean, I have queen a7 check taking on f2, but this I even don't want. I even don't want to look at this taking back the pawn. I would maybe be more happy to play queen d6.
Okay, I understand.
I mean, I just, for example, queen d6, bishop d6. I don't think that I'm even worse because these pawns.
No, that's very fair. That's a very neat way of getting out of things. Well, Ding has just played a3.
A3, yeah, maybe it's a very clever. I mean, but the question is, is black threatening something, and now this e5, d5, c5 might be of very big importance. Yeah, I feel like this is the moment. So let's start with e5. e5.
Yeah, well, looks like a reasonable way to break out.
Yeah, it looks very reasonable because this d5, c5 is already very interesting because suddenly then the bishop is alive and at least it's very sharp. But Magnus goes queen f4 after spending a full minute. So he wants to provoke gc and then put the queen on f5, and then suddenly the queen touches both knights. White is unable to play bishop d3 because the knight on f3 will be vulnerable. Maybe a very nice move.
Just looking at Magnus, seeing how he looks there. Oh, just very concentrated. Nothing out of the ordinary.
Yeah, he needs to be very concentrated because the position is very critical. He's low on the clock, but I feel like he's kind of relieved. The last, let's say, 5 moves, I think worked out in his favor. In a sense that his position got more or less some clarity. Yeah, he knows all the dangers and he knows how to take care of them. Before it was slightly mysterious. It wasn't clear how to get coordinated with black. So what to do? I don't know. Yeah, I'm liking white's position. At the same time, I also start to, have some respect for black's position. After all, this bishop on e7 and the knight on d7 are somehow giving some harmony.
No, I find it extremely difficult to try and find a way for white.
Yeah, but okay, move like moving the king maybe, but then the c1 rook might be vulnerable.
Yeah. So you say g3, queen f5.
Yes.
Yeah. That's very annoying.
Yeah, it's very, because then already somewhere this c6, c5 will be coming. And Ding catches Magnus with the clock. So both players basically have 3 minutes left. Very tense situation. And exactly, I feel like now, practically speaking, Magnus's task is more easy. First of all, he's leading the match. Yes, so there is not so much pressure on him. Secondly, he's now very happy that he has, oh yeah, knight fd2 played. Knight fd2 played. Trying to go knight, but yeah, now c5. Magnus immediately breaks. He kind of anticipated the move knight fd2. Now the knight is loose on d2. So after dc5, I'm guessing the tactics with knight c5 probably work. Knight takes c5, rook d2. And the queen protects back, so there is no knight a6, bishop a6, queen c7 check, because the queen protects back on c7. Wow, I mean, this might be just absolutely fine for Magnus now. And how do you coordinate your forces?
It looks like the moment has passed for Ding, doesn't it? Somehow the pieces look very oddly placed.
I mean, this queen c7, queen f4 is a super touch. I mean, really incredible, because this queen c7 was like already unpleasant, but then this queen f4 was just very annoying for Ding. And now c5 breaking, solving the problem. Actually now black can start to be super happy.
So is he just going to take on c5 with the pawn, and then after knight takes, maybe just go bishop f3 just to hold the knight in the middle? Oh, there's knight d3. He's got to watch out knight d3. Oh, that's painful.
Exactly. Yeah, he goes g3. Yeah, he tries to kick this queen away, but okay, I mean, queen f5 should be also something that Magnus is quite happy with. Yeah, queen f5. Pinning white's king and queen. The d2 knight is vulnerable. Yeah, the rook is targeting this knight very effectively. And yeah, for the first time in the game after c5, the evaluation bar suddenly jumps on black side and says that, you know what, I prefer black now. And we also understand, yeah, dc knight c5 now, all the pieces. I mean, this is exactly why you play. That's the difference now. Knight dc is impossible due to queen c7 check, but a move like rook c8 looks just good enough, if nothing else. Maybe just nothing else but rook c8. But okay, then maybe after rook c8, white can try to be minimalistic. Yeah, let's just show this, that, for example, if we trade everything, even despite trading everything, with the e4 square, can we do something? Okay, I hardly believe that sitting on this square.
I don't believe it, particularly when the pawns are on dark squares on the queen side.
Exactly. Yeah, this is. But I mean, I don't have a choice. Basically, rook c8 seems to force this endgame. I mean, it's not really that I want or not. I don't have a choice. Yeah, rook c8 on the board. Yeah, besides, even after knight c5, there is rook c5 immediately, and then queen f5, rook f5 is possible. Yeah, rook c5 on the board. Yeah, Magnus is now super confident. Yeah, he just liquidates into this.
Yeah.
Endgame where only he can be better. Yeah, now the pawn on f5 is so much more stronger than the pawn on e6, taking away the e4 square.
Because there's even the option to play f4 for black at some moment.
And also black's king is coming to d5. I would almost say like black has very good practical chances to win this game.
Yeah.
Maybe even objectively he has very serious chances.
Definitely. Yeah. White has to be very precise. And yeah, easy play for black.
Yeah, easy play. And okay, basically Magnus is now in a very big comfort. Yeah, he knows that draw is enough. And he can play from strengths. He's already up on the clock because, okay, his moves are coming automatically. And England, I think, now has to kind of somehow mentally settle for the match, for the defeat. Because I mean, here he knows that, yeah, that's it. I mean, I'm not going to win this. Yeah, what a quick turn of events. Yeah, it looked like Ding has a very nice position. He was up on the clock like 8-9 minutes versus Magnus is 3.5 or 3:50. But Magnus has somehow with this queen c7, queen f4 created so much practical problems that Ding was unable to handle. Yeah, knight f3. Now bishop can also come to f6 or to c5, depends. I guess bishop f6 will be played by Magnus. Very tempting.
Seems very reasonable just to tie the king down.
Yeah, tying and stopping any kind of, because, okay, there is a temptation to go for this because you are trading pawns and, okay, you should never be risking anything. But simply the position is so good for black that there is just no need for this.
Yeah.
Just bishop f6 and then bring the king to d5. And white is actually, okay, Magnus goes for, he gonna push f4? Yeah, f4. He pushes f4. Yeah, that's the justification behind bishop c5.
Also not bad.
Yeah, no, this is ugly. Very, very ugly and very unpleasant for white. Yeah, g4, and basically Ding is trying to set up a fortress, or is he bishop c5? No, he is going for knight f5.
Yeah, but f3 now?
Yeah, f3, king
d2. King d2.
But I mean, whenever I take on h6, you have bishop d4, and the best I can achieve is a slightly unpleasant draw. Yeah, king d2 on the board, king c6. Magnus just very systematically playing. Okay, he has now king d5 or bishop d4. Both moves are super tempting. Super tempting options. I mean, I wonder if his choice will be influenced by the match situation. Yeah, because if he sees that he can just force a draw immediately, then it's kind of also understandable. But if he doesn't see a forced draw, then actually he might just make good moves and win. King d5. Yeah, g5. Now king e4. Yeah, g6 runs into bishop e3 check. Picking up the knight on h6. This is very unfortunate. So now white needs some magic to survive.
I think Ding will be absolutely gutted. It just felt like there was that moment round about move 20, or even before, when there was the option to play g6, and even after that, after the exchange on h6, white had various options there, whether to play slowly, whether to make a pawn push. Somewhere around there, that's where Ding lost it, basically.
Yeah, g6, he blunders the knight, and yeah, he resigns. Yeah, he resigns. Congratulations for Magnus. Of course, we feel pity for Ding because he put up an incredible effort. I mean, this match was much, much closer than the final score shows it. And let's not forget, yeah, that Ding is playing at from 1 a.m. till 5 a.m. That's also some kind of a handicap. But this way how Magnus handled the difficult situation, I think that shows also how strong Magnus is. Yeah, that if you have good position and then you play good, it's kind of also not easy, but it's understandable. But when you're under pressure and it's such an important game, and then coming up with this queen c7, queen f4, driving your opponent crazy, that's how you seal the match victory.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. You know, Magnus just needs one chance and he's back in. You know, he spots it. You know, we've seen that all along. Just incredible. So hopefully we're going to get a little interview with Magnus. Let's just have a recap on the day's events. So we have our two semi-finals, and Jan-Krzysztof Duda won that first game. And then, well, there were some ups and downs there. Certainly, Liam had his chances, but Jan-Krzysztof went through in the end. And then in the end here, we have a convincing victory for Magnus Carlsen, who won games 3 and 4 to go through to the final. So we have a final between Magnus Carlsen and Jan-Krzysztof Duda. And, well, we know that last year in the World Cup, Magnus was actually defeated by Jan-Krzysztof Duda. So he's not going to have it easy. The world champion will not have an easy ride in the final. I should also mention that the final is over 2 days. There are 2 sets of 4 games. So all the action takes place Friday and Saturday.
Yeah, that actually is something different, yeah, because now the players are used to these preliminaries plus immediately one set matches, yeah, but then suddenly you have to adjust. This is a very interesting format, yeah, that it forces the players also to adjust.
Yeah. Okay, here we go. Let's cut to the Oslo studio, and Magnus is on the line.
Games really were very, very tense, but I think I played quite reasonably today. At least I felt that this was my best day so far. Obviously, I should have won the first game, but he put up very good resistance, and I missed a big resource he had there at some point, and then the rest of the games were just massive fights. But I didn't feel in any of them that I was really being pressed a lot. I think we were just both kind of playing, trying to see what happens, and they were generally, I think, fairly equal, good fights. But yeah, fortunately, I managed to strike first. It was obviously a draw earlier in that game, but I always had some hope, considering how little time he had, that I could somehow trick him. I was conscious, at least in that game, of always keeping some time advantage at the very least, and it turned out to be decisive.
Yeah.
And Magnus, congratulations. It's clear you have a lot of respect for Ding, and I don't know how much you're keeping an eye on the developments with the candidates. Do you think he deserves that spot if he does get it in the end?
Yeah. I mean, I think the whole question of deserving the spot is very, very difficult. Since I think he's clearly the best player who's not in the candidates at the moment, except for me, maybe, who's not good.
Good point.
But whether that means that he deserves it, that's a lot harder to say, really. For instance, I mean, there are no chess reasons why Karyakin doesn't deserve the spot. Like, he qualified, but I understand that there are other reasons why he's deemed not to deserve it. But I think that whole debate of deserved versus not deserved is very difficult. But I think to devise a system that makes it more likely that players like Ding are actually in the candidates would be a good idea. Since with the current system, it's really hard for anybody to qualify, which is in a way more equitable. It means that more players have the chance. But if you really want the best players to play for the World Championship, then it's definitely not ideal to have these spots from very, very narrow qualifying tournaments, rather than something like rating, for instance, which measures performance over a longer time. So, I mean, personally, I would of course love to see him in the candidates. He would certainly raise the level there.
Super interesting to hear your thoughts about this, Magnus. And well, someone who is definitely playing the candidates is Jan-Krzysztof Duda, who you will face in the final. What can we expect from a match between you guys?
Obviously, there's been some back and forth. I mean, he beat me in the World Cup, and I've beaten him in a couple of matches in the tour. Otherwise, but yeah, he seemed to hit form the last couple of days. But I wasn't as convinced by his play in the preliminaries. But he's a very strong player, of course. That is deserving of being here.
It's going to be a cool match to follow. And finally, Magnus, I just want to show you something. So we gave David a chance for a rematch against yourself at 10 years old in the Play Magnus app. And David was actually able to win this time. And this was his reaction. Take a look at this. Can you recognize that feeling after winning, Magnus?
Yeah, certainly that's how I used to react after winning in the last season. Sure.
So David, of course, being a grandmaster, finally winning against Magnus 10, but other people, maybe without grandmaster titles, how impressed are you with the ones who are able to beat yourself at 10 years old with the level you had at that time?
Yeah, I think a lot of people struggle there, since a lot of people when they've played a lot of chess either against the app or other places, they can eventually beat age 8, and then after quite a bit of training, then age 9. But age 10, yeah, that's not a lot of people in general ever reach that level. So I think Magnus ages 9 and 10 has really been hated by a lot of Norwegians, at least.
And David Howell.
I don't think he's getting any fans either from this segment. So.
Highlight of my career, Magnus. I can retire happy now, I was saying.
Funny moment. Magnus, we wish you best of luck in the final, and thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
What a moment that was.
Yep, David certainly looked very happy there. Have you ever played against the Play Magnus app, Peter?
No. I mean, I feel like, I played enough games against Magnus himself, so I don't feel like, it's also a pressure, yeah, because, okay, what happens if you don't win? Yeah, it will be a very, very unpleasant feeling. So I stay away from that. But I understand the thrill for the players. And I mean, David is now super happy. My thought were immediately like, okay, then he should try. Is there an app with Magnus age 12 or something? If
it goes up in age groups. So
yeah, exactly. I mean, okay, if you have beaten Magnus 10 and you are so happy and proud, then okay, try Magnus at 12 and you might get stuck there for a while.
And of course, you know what it's like to play against the real Magnus, and that's a very different experience. Okay, well, I think we're going to leave it there, folks. We've had 2 very exciting matches. So just to recap, Magnus Carlsen will play against Jan-Krzysztof Duda in the final, and that's going to take place tomorrow, Friday, and Saturday. They will play 2 sets of 4 games, so two mini matches basically, and that will decide the winner. So it's going to be held Friday and Saturday. So once again, Peter, thank you very much for your company and for your fantastic insights. It's always a pleasure. And we'll see everyone hopefully tomorrow, starting 1800 hours Central European time. Do join us then.
Yeah, thank you, Danny. And thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow. Goodbye.
Hi everyone, welcome to our new video series. My name is Jan-Krzysztof, and I'm thrilled to be reunited with fellow Magnus Carlsen's trainers, seconds, Peter Heine Nielsen, Magnus Carlsen's head coach, and Laurent Fressinet, Magnus Carlsen's French coach, are both here, and we will be going through the World Championship match 2021. Our experiences with it, the games, what we prepared, where we felt things went well, where we felt things didn't go well. Peter, we have different perspectives because we were in different locations.
Very much. I'm looking forward to talking to you guys about it because you were in Thailand during all the match and I was in Dubai with Magnus and his non-chess team. So I see some kind of debriefing where we will discuss what was the mood in Dubai, what was happening in the technical department in Thailand, and we got to sort of basically compare notes and get the two kind of inside looks from the match.
Very much so. And Laurent, we are actually in your private home. Thanks for having us.
It's a big pleasure to welcome both of you. And I'm sure it will be interesting to talk to you guys about the match.
Likewise.
So we hope you guys enjoy the series with our behind the scenes insights. See you then.